Hello and welcome everyone. I always get the goosebumps of that video. I love it. I love it. Shimmer, yeah. People, thank you again for joining us today. We have a really great event. For those who may not know me, my name is Nardella, one of the community managers at the IOTA Foundation. And today I will moderate the first part of this event. So there are two parts. You might be wondering why Terry Shane, aka IOTerry, aka The Voice, is not moderating this yearly recurrence. All I can say is that he would have loved to be here today, but this is important. He sent me an update to the KupKrush project he's working on with his team. More about that later on. Before we begin, a huge thank you from our side to Felix from IOTA Shops and ecosystem projects like IoT, IOTA Morons, ShimmerSea, and Ben, also known as IOTA Ben, that made this event possible with their support. While you enjoy today's event, make sure to follow the Shimmer in the Stars channel in our IOTA and Shimmer Discord for a load of pleasant surprises by the teams I mentioned before. So, what is on our agenda for today? Well, simply explained, in the first half, which will start right away, we'll have several IOTA Foundation members delighting us with the review of 2022 and preview of what's coming in 2023. Then I will pass the torch to Adam, the ecosystem developer, as in the second half, projects from Touchpoint, our open builders program, will share insights into what they are building and doing with the technology. The excitement is real today. So, what a year! My God, what a year! New releases on unpredictable events in the DLT industry. I mean, looking at you, Luna, Celsius, and FTX. All right, it was not expected at all. For me, it became really hard to follow all the new projects that joined the ecosystem. We had DAOs, NFT projects which launched their collections on Suniverse, TanglePay, a community-driven wallet, and many other endeavors that approached IOTA. We also have Shimmer's mainnet, which has been launched as a staging network to battle test all future innovations of the IOTA protocol. Native tokens through the tokenization framework and NFTs like the Shimmer OG NFT. And for the Monty Python lovers here, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, check out the IOTA Discord today. This is only the beginning. And on this highlight, let me check if everyone is ready. Yes, everyone is ready. Let me invite Dominik to the stage. Dom, hello here. Dom.
Welcome. Hey, Antonio, how are you doing?
I am fine. Today it's snowed here in Bolzano, so we finally have some snow. It was a crazy day.
Yeah, like it snowed here in Zurich also for the first time this year, and so it's like the perfect day to do our show.
Definitely.
It's warm and cozy.
Absolutely. So, Dom, I will totally leave you the stage. I know that a lot of people are eager to hear from you.
Yeah.
So, let me see if I cannot see your slides.
I will share my screen.
So, perfect. I leave you the stage right now. Have a great time with the audience, and catch you later.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you all for joining. I think this is really like an important event for all of us, so that we come together at the end of the year and have a sort of review of what happened, try to assess the good things, the bad things, and most importantly, really provide the perspective of what's happening. I think this year, more than any year before, it's really ridden with uncertainty. right? If you guys remember 2018, the main uncertainty there was really about the crypto industry itself, right? And everybody was sort of lost hope. Everybody was kind of, lost sight of the bigger picture during that year, and it was quite a difficult time, right? And I think this year there's at least some certainty that crypto has a bright future. But it's now more important than ever that we really define what is this sort of bigger picture that we're going for. Because if we lose sight of the bigger picture, we're actually going to lose our confidence in crypto. And I think with everything that's happened, even just in the last 2 months, there's many reasons why people will have lost hope and why people have lost interest in crypto. And I'm going to be the first one that will tell you, like, I'm ready for a break, like for a winter break to re-energize and to start a fresh new year. I think the most important thing that I have learned by going through IOTA since its inception, which is now I think 7 years ago, right, is like when you have all this uncertainty around you, the most important thing is that you're directionally right? We don't need to know exactly how we get to the end goal, as long as we know what the end goal is, right? And as long as we also have some proof points that we're on the right path, because even though we can make assumptions of the future, right assumptions of the future, could also mean that we are driving on a very different path, right? And I think what we want to do with this event today is to show to all of you that we're on the right path and that we know where we are headed with IOTA and Shimmer and with the entire ecosystem. And so let's try and predict the future, because that's what all of us like to do. We like to speculate, right? And a smart book once told me that in order to predict the future, you need to assess things as they were, as they are right now, as they might become, and as they ought to be, right? And I think with crypto, especially with what's happened over the last year since the beginning of this bear market, we need to have an accurate assessment of things right now. Let's talk about things as they were, right? And I think for many of us in the IOTA space, but more broad in the crypto space, 2020 to, I don't know, I think October, November 2021 could be defined as some of the most crazy times in the crypto space, because it was basically an environment where new tokens were created, and these new tokens basically made up the entirety of an application's new business model, right? It was about printing new tokens and airdropping those tokens onto another token, and through that basically driving up the valuations, right? And it worked during a time when there was actually no interest rates or negative interest rates, when there was nobody questioning whether those business practices are actually sustainable, and where everybody basically was on a pursuit to chase higher and riskier yield, right? And many of you probably remember all the crazy stuff, all the 10,000 APY yield farms, all the $500 million pre-launch crypto games, and all the crazy stuff that happened over the last 2 years. And I think in crypto, it's always exaggerated how the real world works, right? And if you think about it, the real world, with all the startup valuations and with all the new riskier investment products, was sort of a reflection of what has been happening in the crypto world as well, because it wasn't just the crypto world chasing unsustainable yields, but it was actually the entire world chasing unsustainable yields. And that obviously has come to an end. And it came to a crashing end quite quickly. And all it needed was the Federal Reserve to increase their interest rates. And now, I would say within a 3 to 4 month period, we went from chasing unsustainable yield to actually questioning the very core of what DeFi, what crypto was for, and question the very core of what we have built, right? And we went from those unsustainable yields towards wanting to do wanting to have sustainable business models. And the last year can be defined as the fall of the dominoes in the crypto market and the end of sort of like a tulip era of crypto, because as I mentioned, it was basically creating new tokens and airdropping those tokens onto the token and arguing that it has value and that there's actually a sustainable revenue stream behind it. It all started with the fall of Luna, when that house of cards fell, and it really continued on, and hopefully it has ended now with the fall of FTX, which quite frankly is something that caught many of the OG or professional traders, investors in the crypto space off guard. Right? Nobody would have thought that they really were stealing funds from their users and were just pursuing all of those investment strategies with user funds, right? But quite frankly, Sam and his empire, the empire that he's built, is sort of a reflection of the crypto market of the last 2 years. Right? None of this was sustainable, and people thought that fully diluted values of those tokens was actually real. But what we can tell right now is that it's very obviously not real. Right? And this is what we are fighting right now. This is what we have to overcome, because unless we bridge the gap towards a sustainable environment, crypto will be questioned all along. And worse is that the true merit of crypto, right, which is decentralization, which is to be in control of your assets, will be fought by those in power, right? It will be fought by the incumbents. And we're already seeing this right now, where there's a clear push towards central bank digital currencies, which are really there to empower the government. And there's also a clear push towards deglobalization and potentially even capital controls that are happening in countries. And if you think about it, the only reason why crypto was, like the primary reason why crypto was created, was to empower people. Right? It was to empower citizens to be in control of their assets, to be in control of their data, and to be in control of their identities. And unless we really push forward with real adoption in the crypto space, we are going to see this future happen. And we're going to actually see the core premise, the core value proposition of crypto erode. And exactly because of this, it's very important that all of us keep in mind what all of this is for. Right? All of this is for digital autonomy, right? We want to create technology to empower people. That's the core premise, right? Many of us didn't join crypto to become incredibly rich. And I know we like the Lambo meme, but I don't think many of us actually believe it, right? We didn't join crypto to buy a Lamborghini and to have those materialistic goals. I think all of us sort of have a bigger mission in this industry, and we're sort of united by this shared purpose of actually doing good for society. And we really believe that decentralized technologies can create a new economy and can actually help to empower people and to free people, right? And so that's why the main vision statement of the IOTA Foundation is digital autonomy for everyone, right? We want to empower everybody to be more free and to be in control of their assets. And I think it's very important now, especially during this very difficult time, that we don't lose sight of what the future ought to be and the future that we are supposed to build. And obviously, it's a very difficult time for everybody. And it is a bear market. Nobody knows what happens next. What is quite clear is that these power dynamics in the crypto market have fundamentally changed. And there was serious misuse of trust, and those that were actually supposed to represent us were actually fighting us, right? They were actually holding us back, and they have clearly abused their power to create a monopoly and to pursue their goals of making more money, right? And so their goals are not aligned with our goals. And so now more than ever, I think we as a community, we have to step up, and we have to show that crypto really has a true future, right? And that digital assets, that decentralized technologies are part of this future society that we intend to create, right? And we want to define the future generations, and we want to build the technologies for tomorrow. And so I think all of us here in the community, we have to take more of a leadership position now and not repeat the same mistakes that others have made, right? Of this DeFi 1.0 era, or of what happened with the centralized exchanges and so on and so forth. So we have to create a new future. And before we talk about this new future, I think it's important to also think about what the most important things that happened this year. And so I'm obviously going to miss out on a lot of things that happened, because there's always something that happens in IOTA, which is also why it never gets boring. And so this is like a highlight from my perspective. One of the most important highlights for me this year was that we finally started DAOing. Right? We empowered the community with the ability to vote in Firefly, 1 token, 1 vote. And we also empowered the community by setting up a proper governance framework, so that all of you, or many of you, actually participated in the vote to set up a community treasury, right, for IOTA and for Shimmer. And this is a very important first step, because up until last year, I would say that most of the responsibility was in the hands of the IOTA Foundation. Right? And that's not really true decentralization. I think all of us really aspire for IOTA to be a truly decentralized ecosystem, where there's many different players, many different teams, and pushing forward the protocol, pushing forward the adoption through the applications, and obviously pushing forward the community and the ecosystem growth. And so now it's no longer just about the IOTA Foundation, but it's really also about how all of you can participate in this governance, and how all of you can actually decide on how funding from the treasury will be allocated. And I think this is a very important step. And we really have to push this even more, so that we truly become decentralized and independent. As part of that, right, another important event of this year was us actually restructuring the IOTA Foundation. As I've mentioned before, we always did sort of everything, right? Protocol development, application development with Firefly, use case development, partnerships with big companies, working with governments, and then on top of that, also helping with the community building and the ecosystem support. And doing all of that within one organization just means that you pretty much don't have any clear focus, and things get neglected, or you do sort of a worse job on some aspects. And because of the market conditions, it also became obvious that this setup is not sustainable. Instead of the IOTA Foundation doing everything, it should rather be the ecosystem having the ability to push forward certain topics. So basically what we did is we made the decision that the IOTA Foundation should focus on what it does the best, which is R&D, right? Focusing on that first and foremost, which is obviously around IOTA 2.0 and the core protocol and the libraries on top, and everything else should be done by the ecosystem. So we'll have some of the projects talk about it afterwards and what they're working on right now, and with Spice 5, with Firefly, and so on. And in addition to that, what we obviously also did is that instead of just having the IOTA Foundation, we now also have the Tangle Ecosystem Association. And that is actually the first time where we now have a separate entity that is there to help the IOTA ecosystem and the Shimmer ecosystem, because obviously being based in Germany and being a regulated nonprofit foundation means that you're very limited with what you can actually do with the funding that you have. And these limitations have held us back for quite a long time, where we couldn't really provide the necessary support for the ecosystem. And now with this association in Switzerland, I really feel a lot more free, right, with what we can do with our treasury, with our funding, and also with the kind of support that we can give to the ecosystem in terms of onboarding, in terms of funding, but also really in terms of marketing and growth topics, right? And what we want to do with the Tangle Ecosystem Association, as is already mentioned in the name, it's really supposed to be an association, right, where the community can also participate in working groups and also potentially even have decision power to allocate part of the budget and stuff like that. So I think TEA, as we call it, it's not pronounced T, TEA is really an important entity to help drive the growth of IOTA and Shimmer forward. And the last thing that happened this year was Shimmer, right? This was the first time where we created a new token, where we launched a new network, and And it was really exciting when we launched it. And obviously, right now, the big focus is to take this to the next level, because the layer 1 has launched. And at the moment, the big focus is to launch the smart contracts on top of Shimmer, so that all of you, especially the ones that are building dApps and DeFi applications, can finally launch. And I would say that Shimmer, from a strategic point of view, is incredibly important, right? Because what we really perceive Shimmer as is, first of all, it's there to help us validate our technology, but it's also there to prove that IOTA, with the technology that we have built, is a very competitive ecosystem compared to others in this market, and that we can actually catch up with the rest of the market, because there's obviously incumbents in the crypto market, but with what we have to offer with the Shimmer network and later on with IOTA, we really want to show to the entire market that we are here to stay, and that we actually want to be a leader in the crypto market, and and sort of also lead the new way into a new era of DeFi, and combine exciting topics like decentralized identities for KYC, or do more interesting incentive plays, which are focused around real yield and stuff like that. So I think with Shimmer we have a very exciting playground that we can really utilize and build on. So let's look at the year ahead and what is to come. Right? First of all, the most important thing that is to come is an ecosystem. Because all of these exciting projects, and there's obviously many more, have been building over the last year, and they're truly committed to IOTA and to the Shimmer ecosystem, and we're really grateful to have all of them in the community. Now with the Shimmer EVM ready, it will be very exciting to see what we can do and which kind of composable applications we can have together. So what you can really expect in the new year is the start of DeFi, is the start of decentralization for Shimmer at first, and then later on for IOTA, where we're really introducing real token utility to the network. I actually clicked on the link by accident. The other thing that we're working on is obviously use cases that go beyond DeFi. All of you are probably aware that we have also won the next phase of EPSI to build out the European blockchain services infrastructure. And that is still part of our strategy to actually work on use cases that are not just DeFi and NFTs, because the strategy in the new year will obviously be to set up this base infrastructure, right, which includes DeFi applications, which includes NFT-related applications, GameFi, and so on. But I think once this initial phase of applications has launched, all of us, as part of this ecosystem, have to look beyond that, right? Like, what does the future of crypto adoption actually look like? And where can we build new applications that leverage this existing infrastructure and also really provide new utility and new use cases? And one of those use cases that we are very excited about is actually Energieknip, right? Where you actually have vouchers, regional vouchers that you can give to incentivize people for certain behavior or for certain activities that they're doing. And this is where IOTA as a decentralized technology makes a lot of sense, because you're basically tokenizing these vouchers, and you make it possible for people to spend them in their local stores. And I think there's many more use cases like that we are going to see in the new year, including around digital identities and obviously stuff around EPSI that we're really looking forward. So even though DeFi and NFTs is a core focus of ours, we still want to look beyond that and also think about other use cases that we can support with our technology. And the last thing that is really important in the new year is IOTA 2.0, right? And with IOTA 2.0, we're sort of finding ourselves in a crossing, right? In a cross point where we are confident in the technology that we have built. And I think with IOTA 2.0, it's less about us trying to chase trends, and it's more about us being the ones to define trends. This new market that we are entering, even though many of the layer ones of the last 2 years have been quite successful, and they obviously were able to attract a lot of TVL and use cases. Many of them have a lot of technical debt that they still have to overcome if they really want to compete in this next phase of adoption. And I would argue that the only real protocol that has real network effects is Ethereum. None of the other protocols is really at a stage where they can argue that they have network effects. And so I think the layer 1 race is still wide open. And with IOTA 2.0, we can enter the market and be a competitive player there. And what we want to do with IOTA 2.0 is we really want to relaunch IOTA to the world, right? Where we forget about the past, where we forget about the present, and really just focus on what the future of IOTA looks like. And if you think about the trends, right, we're really going to be leading them in that regard with the DAX, right, where IOTA is the founder of DAX, with the leaderless consensus, with sustainable tokenomics, as I mentioned before, it's now more important than ever. So IOTA is not going to have any inflation on the base layer, where we have a modular architecture and where we really focus on future-proofing our architecture, right? And even though we could have had a code freeze or stopped looking at things, it was very important for us to actually look at ZK, zero-knowledge rollups, and also to really look at layer 1 smart contracts so that we offer a full package that is very competitive in this market. And so Jonas will talk about IOTA 2.0 and the status update there. But with IOTA 2.0, we really want to relaunch IOTA to the world. And that also includes a new website, new messaging, new narratives, and really, for the first time, a full information update on what IOTA 2.0 is, how it will work, and why it is better than other protocols in the market, so that all of us can really be confident in what we have built. And maybe as a last question, as a sort of a thought to everybody, is really this question is on how do we define success for IOTA, right? Because one way to define success is to use a common metric, like, for example, TVL, total value locked, or a common metric like daily active addresses, or coin market cap ranking. The honest opinion that I have on that is that those metrics don't really define our success, right? They don't help us they don't tell us if we're really succeeding in the market, if our success is really sustainable or not. I think the way that we should define our success is through the ecosystem and the community, and the decentralization that we are achieving through the community, right? And that's why events like these are super important, where all of us are connecting, and where all of us are really here to talk about what we can do to push IOTA forward. Because it's not just about the IOTA Foundation, it's really about, all of us coming together to help achieve this vision of IOTA and to help push the technology forward. So the most important success metric for me is really how large our community is and how large our ecosystem is, without the IOTA Foundation being responsible for building the applications and being responsible for building the protocol. So this is really where what we should focus on in the new year, and with the DAOs, with the smart contracts, with all these new initiatives. We're really here to empower all of you to step up and to achieve the vision of IOTA together with us. And that's what it's all about, right? And I think in the new year, there will be some very exciting and interesting events and decisions happening. But ultimately, as long as we stick together, and as long as we constantly also question our path and discuss it openly, I think all of us will make the right decisions on how to move forward. And IOTA has sort of proven to be anti-fragile, right? Many of us, many in the community or outside of our community, have thought that IOTA was dead for a long time, right? But we keep on pushing, right? We keep on going forward, because that's what success is also about. It's about not giving up when you face hardship. And we are now building through the second or even the third bear market. And I'm more excited than ever for what we have with IOTA. And I'm more convinced than ever that IOTA really, really is on the right path. Of course, now we need to take a short break. But I'm very excited to take on this next journey with all of you. So thank you.
Dom, thank you. Thank you very much. I'm so excited. I mean, as you said correctly, 2022 was a hell of a year, and still we are going to push through, and we will show them what IOTA can deliver. And IOTA 2.0 will be definitely world changing.
Exactly. Wag me, right?
Wag me, always. All right.
Yeah.
Dom, I really have to throw you out right now because we're running late. But
yeah. No, thank you, Antonio.
I definitely thank you.
Yeah.
And I think that the audience totally enjoyed hearing from you. So see you soon.
Thank you. Good luck. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. So from my side, what I have to say right now, I mean, Dom already said a real lot of things that we internally knew, but of course it is important to share also what we do with our ecosystem, with our community. I looked at the events channel in our Discord. If you are not following it, I definitely invite you to do so. And I saw a lot of meetings around DAO pioneers, community governance meetings where, as Dom posed correctly, the community members and participants are organizing themselves to figure out how to move forward and how to push Shimmer forward. Then definitely join them if you have the time. We have open office hours with Kumar and Iruda for our developers, where you can spend an hour with him and ask him questions about development if you're building with IOTA or Shimmer. And then a series of events caught my eye. Leader of the Sustainable Future, AI and Blockchains, Inatba's work in sustainability and BC 100 at the Cardano Summit, and Blockchain for Good, and more. And all of these topics had one person in common, the Regulatory Affairs Manager at the IOTA Foundation and co-chair of the Social Impact and Sustainability Working Group at Inatba. Wow, sorry, it was long, but we welcome her to the stage. Mariana, join me. Hello, Mariana. I see that you're muted. Yeah, it's the word of 2021.
Yeah, always.
Thank you for joining us, Mariana. Thank you.
Thank you, Antonio.
So,
okay, so should I start?
Yes, definitely. You start sharing your screen, and I will leave you the stage because I know that you have a lot to tell us today. So,
can you see the screen now? Okay, easy.
Yeah.
Well, first of all, thank you everyone for joining us today. I basically wanted to, before I start, to echo some of the things that Dom just said, because I think that that's the light we should follow, and it's like, what is all of this about and what we are doing all of this. And I actually think that, like how Dom put it could be better, and is the fact that we need to unite ourselves in one purpose, which is basically to push forward for digital autonomy to everyone so we can empower people and communities. So today I'm going to tell you a little bit about what we have been doing for that. And as you know, I have like two different hats. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about what we did with IOTA in the regulatory team, and also what we did with projects and some of the initiatives that we run to support community projects. And then I will also tell you a little bit about what we have been up to within NATPA and IOTA together, so you can get a full overview of this. So as I mentioned, I'm going to talk about what we did internally in these three areas, and I'm going to just highlight my favorite things because we don't have that much time, but like I'm happy to share later on if you want more information. So in the regulatory first part, we have noticed that there is a lot of going on, not only in Europe, but like worldwide, especially with all the downscale that happened. So now there is more interest in the regulatory bodies to just actually do something about it. And we thought that these conversations are also important for the community. So we started a new series of events called Let's Talk About Regulations, which we are hanging all in Spanish and in English, also to include some of our super active community members in Spanish-speaking countries. And we are discussing different topics. It goes from what is all MiCA, what is happening with MiCA, what will happen with the NFTs, are they in or out of MiCA, but also what is happening with the private privacy data, or privacy concerns, or what is happening with, for example, AML regulations. So these are happening once a month. We have a short break in January because of the break, the holidays. So we are going to start again on February. So far we have really cool people from FTI, which is a consultancy in Brussels, and we also have some support from Let's DAO. So if you are experts on regulation, just feel free to contact me, so you can actually, or we can together organize something to showcase the community what is going on. But also, if you're interested in the topics, I would really recommend you to join them. They're happening all the time in the Discord. I just see in the comments, yes, I know I speak quite fast, so I'm gonna try to put down the speed. The second thing that we are doing, and this is also, we have not made any communications about this, so this is the first time that you will hear about this, is that we are running some closed meetings between certain community members and people from the European Parliament and the European Commission. So what we are doing here is trying to educate policymakers in what is the perception of the industry players in regards to regulation. So what are we doing in terms of digital identities, and how digital identities can actually address some of the concerns that the policymakers has, in particular to AML, so anti-money laundering. So how with digital identities we can actually solve some of those concerns they have, but also what is happening with NFTs, how we can use NFTs beyond art, for example, with carbon credits, which is one of the main use cases that the NFTs are going forward right now. But we also want to explore the tokenization of traditional assets like the land. We have some community projects working in that, such as Janatech, for example. So we want them to understand how this is actually a potential for empowering communities and create financial inclusion. So regulation don't block innovation, basically. But also the idea is to positionate our community members as experts on the field. So when the policymakers have any kind of concerns or questions, can approach them directly to solve those questions and include those considerations into policies. We are going to also talk about that exactly that I just mentioned, about how regulation should not stop innovation and put a stop in all those creative ideas that we have in our community. There's going to be a report about this that is going to be published at the end of Q1 next year, and I'm more than happy to actually share them with all of you. Then in regards to projects, we have been doing quite a lot. Dominik just mentioned we have a change in strategy, but basically what we wanted to do with those projects was create a lighthouse. So just put an example of what are the different things that you can create with the IOTA technology and the different directions. So for that, we create this year a dashboard where you can actually see all the projects and customize your search by industry, by or the part of the technology that we are using. We have from sustainable mining to e-commerce there. And the idea now is, as Dominik mentioned it, that us as the IOTA Foundation that already put the example of what it can be done, just hand over this to our community, so is the community the one that is building. Dominik mentioned this, but I know you all have been following this on the media. We won EPSI, and EPSI, I guess, I won't give so much detail, but it's important to know that EPSI is, or the relevance of EPSI is because it's the biggest infrastructure project in Europe, and it's involving blockchain, and it's helping us to move towards decentralization and providing more data secure than ever. And on top of that, we have really cool use cases such as the digital product passport, which is gaining more and more momentum because of the potential to address circularity and sustainability. Cool things that we did with the community, I'm going to mention 3. So the Soonaverse wanted to launch a campaign to support NGOs in Ukraine, and we support them just basically onboarding the NGOs. So this was a really interesting process because within that as well, we have been working in a guide for NGOs in how to use crypto to fundraise their operations. So this is one of the things that we wanted to support one of our community members, more than because it's a good cause, also because this shows the potential of blockchain to actually support organizations and industries that are like organizations better, because NGOs are not an industry, so to speak, in how they can use this technology to actually push forward and be more efficient and effective in what they are doing already. So it's not asking where or what I want to use blockchain, but mostly how can blockchain help these organizations in to address what they are already doing in a more effective way. Then Dom also said this, I think that I was spoiled a little bit here. One of the projects that we have been supporting is Energy Need, which is working with local vouchers. They are working in the Netherlands. I'm not sure if they're going to speak later, so I don't want to give more information about this, but like one of the really cool things of this kind of projects is that they can really enhance financial empower for communities, because they not only give rewards to the people that is providing information, but also incentivize the consume in the local economy. So basically here they can exchange the vouchers that they get as an incentive in stores. In this particular use case was for hardware that can make their houses more energy efficient, which is quite important nowadays, especially with the crisis. Also, Energy Need has been used by the government in the municipalities to distribute relief money to families that has been heavily impacted by the energy crisis. So this is a really good use case. Another thing that we have been doing, and we have been quite active, is just like bringing the use cases of the community to international spaces and to really key stakeholders that might be interested, not only in what the technology is doing, but also in getting involved with the project. So we presented some of the use cases at COP27, at the European Blockchain Week. I was at the Cardano Summit also presenting some of the use cases, especially that address financial inclusion and works on sustainable agriculture. And we participated in the 9 Environment for Europe Ministerial Conference as well. So teach also like different ministries on Europe or around Europe about the power of blockchain. Moreover, we have published a couple of reports within ALPA that showcase different use cases in the IOTA ecosystem, so they get more visibility. Then I'm going to talk a little bit about in ALPA. So we conducted a survey back in 2020 that was the output of the survey was consolidated in a report. 69 projects participate there, and 13 of them were using the IOTA protocol. With that report, we actually identified some of the challenges that projects were facing, and one of them was the lack of a social impact definition. So we create a social impact definition for the blockchain sector that right now we are discussing with different partners. So projects start to speak the same language when they address the stakeholders or donors. And the other thing that we did was, because once you acquire a certain level, you need to be compliant with sustainability requirements, and do the step from like nothing to 100 was really heavy for some projects. So we designed a small, like an easy way for projects to start implementing some of those steps, so they actually can do the transition easy once they need to be compliant, but also that they can showcase the impact that they are creating. So stakeholders and donors can approach them better, especially when we talk about sustainability or projects that are working on sustainability. This is one of the last things that I wanted to mention, is that like now both IOTA and INATPA are part of the Blockchain for the UN Charter Values and SDGs Action Plan, which is an initiative that is supported by the President of the General Assembly of the United Nations, which intends to actually push forward education and awareness raise about the power of blockchain for social impact. And the logos that you see in the slide are those that are part of the steering committee and will make the decisions about where this initiative will move forward. Yeah, there was one more thing, and it's just like a win. The European Action Plan to digitalize the energy system, which is basically what the European Union intends to do to digitalize the energy system in the next couple of years, had like direct mention to some of the technologies that we have seen in the use cases, such as digital twins and IoT, but also they refer directly to the work that we have been doing and in advance, an example of what it needs to be done. And I think that was all my time, Antonio. I don't know if I ran out of it, and if so, I'm sorry. I can hear you. Now you're mute.
That's how it goes. Mariana, absolutely. No worries there. Thank you very much for this overview. As I said, it is always a pleasure listening to you, and also for the others. If there are events where Mariana is talking, make sure to join them, because you will discover many, many different other things. Mariana, I will let you go. Thank you again.
Thank you.
See you next
Ciao.
time. Bye-bye. Ciao, ciao. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Unstoppable. And yes, I saw in the comments my beard is getting shorter. Well, something else is coming closer. And also Espen Cardano Summit. Yes, we love to share ideas with other projects. It's not that we want to be closed in our own ecosystem anymore. So I totally love taking the time for our members to get out there and talk with people from other ecosystems. I think this is crucial if we will look at the future of the DLT space in general. All right. Let me check the times. So we are a little over. So I won't really introduce a lot. Right now I had my script, of course, but I think it is a good moment to jump on another topic. So the IOTA Foundation, as Dominik already said, will focus on research and development. We have now the Tangle improvement proposals, TAPs for protocol governance. We have the IOTA Governance Forum that everyone can join, and it is right now, there is the vote active for the commission that will vote projects for funding, and also for the program leaders. So you can use your Discord, IOTA Discord account to join govern.iota.org and vote for the people. So do it right now. You're listening, do it. Spin-offs and independent entities. All right, we heard about it. We saw the blog post this year, and now I would like to invite the man himself, Charlie from the Firefly team. Charlie, join me on this virtual stage. Hey, Charlie.
Hey,
it looks doom and gloom.
Yeah, my light setup doesn't work too well for live streams.
Don't worry.
I'll get some more lamps for the next one.
Don't worry. We are now going to share the presentation that will show shed a little more light in the 2022 and the preview 2023. And I totally leave you the stage. So, Charlie, it's all yours. Catch you later.
Cool. Thank you, man. So I'll talk a little bit about what we've achieved in the last year for Firefly, what we have to look forward to in 2023. So to kick off, we'll start with the year gone by. And one of the big releases we had this year was the Firefly mobile wallet. And this was the first iteration of Firefly mobile, matching the original desktop wallet on Chrysalis. And so this sort of does all of the core functionality that you expect from a wallet, from managing your assets, sending funds, receiving funds, all of that sort of stuff. And generally, we got a very strong reception in the community. People were happy with the UX, the UI. They were happy with the interactions and all that sort of stuff. And generally very pleased with that release. Then the second thing that we released, another big milestone, was the IOTA governance framework. So this was the first governance framework in Firefly and for IOTA. And this essentially allowed users to participate in certain governance decisions within the IOTA and Shimmer ecosystems. So the first two big votes we had were the build versus burn vote for the unclaimed tokens. And then the other one was for the Shimmer token supply increase. Both of those passed. and people were content with how the voting system worked. It's quite intuitive, really. This was really just an MVP, though. So this was the first version of the governance feature in Firefly, and it had a few limitations. So major one was that you needed a new version of Firefly for every vote, which is limiting for obvious reasons. And then the second one was that the funds in your wallet tab and in the voting tab were considered the same, which meant that we needed a whole load of different warnings so that if you tried to send a transaction with funds that were already being voted with, you'd get a warning. So we're looking to improve that significantly in the next version, which I'll talk about soon. Then we had Shimmer launch. So this was probably the biggest one of the year. Really impressive effort by the Firefly team getting this out with such a comprehensive set of features. And as you'll remember, we had a staking event for Shimmer tokens back earlier in the year, and people could claim their Shimmer token rewards that they earned from staking within the Firefly Shimmer app. And this introduced a host of new features. So you had things like native tokens, you had microtransactions, you had expiration times where you can set an expiry date on a given transaction. The tokens become available to you after that has expired. And generally, this was a big work package. And as you can see from some of the stats there, 400 pull requests, 71,000 additions, 64,000 deletions, 1,500 files changed. It was a big piece of work. And so getting this out represented a massive architectural redevelopment of the Firefly app, which is why you have noticed that there are currently 2 Firefly apps in the ecosystem. And I'll talk a little bit more about what we're going to do and merging those 2 in the future. And then we move on to what's in progress at the moment. And one of the things that many people in the community are excited about is NFT support. So you can see on the right-hand side what that might look like. You have a full gallery tab with the ability to view collections and individual items and view NFT details. And generally, the plan here was to have it in 2 phases. So the first phase was going to be sending, claiming, transaction history, all the basics of just having NFTs available in your wallet. And then the second phase would be actually displaying the NFT media in the gallery tab, being able to view the NFT details and some nice little features like burning the NFT or sending the NFT as your Firefly profile picture. And for the more eagle-eyed community members who keep their eyes on Twitter, we actually released the first version of NFT support to the alpha testers today. And that includes the gallery tab, but without media. So once we've had that all fully audited in the coming weeks, then we'll be able to release with media as well. You'll likely see a first version without media first, just to allow the ecosystem to get going with NFTs. Then we have Shimmer governance. This is also moving along nicely. So this, as I mentioned previously, is an extension of the previous voting system that was designed. And this is really a comprehensive voting system. So you no longer need multiple multiple updates of Firefly in order to add new votes. Community members can actually host their own votes and have them added to Firefly. So if you're a community team that wants to host a vote within your DAO, you could publish that to your node, have your DAO participants add that node to Firefly, and then they'd be able to browse all of the different proposals. And then obviously, if it's something more substantive, something that affects the entire ecosystem, then you could obviously talk to the IOTA Foundation to get that proposal listed on the official Firefly nodes. And yeah, you can see what that looks like really on the right-hand side. So at the top, you have the ability to browse between different proposals, learn about what are the active proposals, things that you can vote on. And then another really nice feature that's coming with this is the ability to have multiple questions per proposal. So obviously with governance decisions, they tend to be, or they can be more complicated than a simple yes, no question. And you might want to have multiple different questions with multiple different answers that people who are participating in that vote can select. So you can see that on the right-hand side at the bottom, what the multi-question and answer proposal system will look like. Another part of this is that we're going to be separating voting funds from funds in the wallet tab. And this is a nice separation of concerns so that, when you're sending regular transactions around, you don't have to worry about that impacting your current votes. And there'll be this sort of nice sliding feature where you move the slider up and down to increase your voting power. And then when you confirm, that would then vote on all the things that you're currently voting for with the increased voting power. So this should be a much better system and a much better system for the long term for governance decisions within IOTA. We also have layer 1 to layer 2 asset transfers. So this also went out to the alpha testers today and is now in testing. And this is basically allowing you to send funds from the Shimmer layer 1 to a given chain on the Shimmer layer 2. And you can see on the right-hand side what that will look like. You select your destination network, you select how much Shimmer you want to send. You can also send NFTs, you can also send native tokens, and then those will be wrapped and represented on the layer 2. And there'll be this interim period where Firefly really targets layer 1. We wanted to make sure that we had comprehensive support for layer 1 before we started worrying too much about layer 2. So there'll be this interim period where you can use MetaMask or Tangle Pay for all of your layer 2 interactions and send funds from layer 1 to those layer 2 wallets through Firefly. And the other one that's moving along nicely is Shimmer Mobile. So this is the release of Firefly mobile app that contains everything that was introduced with the Stardust protocol upgrade on Shimmer. And again, you can see that on the right-hand side. This will have the core functionality that was released with the desktop app at launch. So all of that stuff I mentioned previously, from transaction expiries, microtransactions, native tokens, all that sort of stuff. And then gradually we'll be adding additional features. So you'll then see stuff like the NFT integration and all of that kind of thing. So just to talk quickly about the fact that we have 2 apps. So we'll have 2 apps on mobile, 2 apps on desktop for the time being. And this was a decision, sort of a practical decision, to avoid really having too much technical debt within the wallet, and allowed us to develop a lot faster than we would otherwise have been able to. And the plan is that once Stardust hits the IOTA mainnet, then the apps would be combined, because then you have consistency between the Shimmer and IOTA protocols, and you're not just adding something temporarily that would be later removed. So once Stardust hits the IOTA mainnet, then we'll look to combine both the IOTA and Shimmer apps into one. And now looking ahead on to 2023. So the major work package for the year ahead is layer 2 support. So with the introduction of Shimmer EVM, we'll have this very nice interchain system where you have blockchains on layer 2 for given use cases, and community teams will have their own blockchains, and there'll be a very nice system where you can send funds from one layer 2 chain to another layer 2 chain using the layer 1 as sort of the bridge between the two. And this will be broken down into a few phases. So the first big one is just simply managing layer 2 assets in Firefly. So that's all of your core account assets on layer 2, your EVM assets, being able to send them from one layer 2 address to another layer 2 address in the same chain, being able to unwrap those to layer 1, and then being able to send them to another chain as well. And another big part of this is the ability to connect and interact with dApps outside of the wallet. And I will talk a little bit about how that is going to look like. So the way we envisage this happening is that you have a dApp catalog within Firefly, and this really serves as a point of discovery for dApps within the Shimmer and IOTA ecosystem. So whenever a dApp supports Firefly, we'll add it to this dApp catalog, and you can browse through them, find new dApps that you weren't aware of. And when you then click on one of those given dApps, it would navigate to the browser and establish a connection with Firefly so that you can begin interacting with that dApp in the browser. You'd also be able to see all of your active connections and what sort of permissions you've granted for the respective dApp, so that if you want to remove permissions or just keep tabs on what's connected to your Firefly, then you can do so. And a nice thing about this is if we do further down the line decide to add dApps directly within Firefly, then this system would be extended quite cleanly, where rather than a given dApp in the catalog navigating you to the browser, it would actually just open the dApp directly in Firefly. And this is something we're exploring. It's a possibility. And obviously there's quite a substantial security and an operational challenge to resolve there. So it very much depends on the outcome of that exploration. And then what will this look like in practice in the browser? So say you have selected Sooniverse in the DApp catalog, that would open the Sooniverse website in your browser. Firefly would connect to it. You'd have your desktop app just open in the background. And then when you're going through a particular activity in that DApp, say that you want to purchase an NFT, when you actually hit buy of that NFT, a pop-up would appear which prompts you to take action. So this would, in this case, explain what exactly you're doing for this given transaction, what funds are going where, how many funds are going there, and what's actually happening. The fact that you're purchasing that given NFT, and this should create a really nice seamless integration between Firefly and DApps within the browser. At the moment, we're exploring the technical architecture for this, like what is the very best way of doing things, and there are a few different options. Some of them are Wallet Connect, which is a tool that's used within the Ethereum ecosystem, and that'd be a very quick one to do because the tooling is already ready to go. And then you have the browser extension, and the way that we would see the browser extension is not just as a standalone wallet, which is what you see in the rest of the space when you use MetaMask, Phantom, any other browser extension based wallet in the space. It actually is a wallet itself, and it stores your private keys in the browser and all of that sort of stuff. And we don't think that that is the right direction forward for wallets for a number of reasons, mainly centering around the usability and security of it all. So what the browser extension would serve as is very much like this pop-up that you see on the right-hand side. You would just have the browser extension to prompt you to take certain actions. So the user never really needs to actively open the browser extension to do things. When they have the DApp connected, it will just prompt them to take certain actions within that extension, so that they can interact with that given DApp. And that takes us on to the other items in our roadmap. So this is very much a shopping list. I appreciate that this is not a fully fledged roadmap. This is just a list of some of the major items that we do want to work on in the coming months, and those include a fiat on and off ramp. The ability to purchase and sell tokens is critical to a wallet, in our opinion. Second is DEX integration, so the ability to swap from one token to another. Again, a core function that needs to be in the wallet. Third is a native token registry, which is a sort of community trust-based system so that you know which tokens are considered to be authentic and which ones are scams. When you have native tokens springing up left, right, and center, it's useful if you have some kind of indication as to which of those tokens are the right ones. And then a part of that would also be hooking up to price providers. So when native tokens get listed on exchanges, you then see a current price for that given token within Firefly. We also have the IOTA name service and contact book. It's another thing that we see we deem critical to a wallet. If we want to break out beyond the conventional crypto space, it needs to be very straightforward to be able to send to your friends. And what that would look like is just a charlie.iota rather than a long string of characters for your address. And you'd be able to add those addresses or those domain names to your contact book to be able to transact with those people over and over again. And then the final one is a fully fledged creator suite. So at the moment, we have the ability to mint native tokens and NFTs in Firefly in the developer tools. And we really want to extend this functionality so that people are able to create ecosystem projects without necessarily needing to dive into coding. So then it just becomes a simple case of using the tools available in Firefly to mint your token or to mint the NFT that you then go on to use in whatever given use case. And I think what we'll likely do fairly soon is start publishing a more clear roadmap with timelines and all of that sort of stuff for Firefly. For all of these sorts of things. And the roadmap is quite a lot more extensive than this, and each of these individual items has multiple phases to it. And it would be nice for the community to have a breakdown of that. And then taking us on to the final point. So Antonio introduced this briefly. Some of the projects within the IOTA Foundation are going to be spinning out into their own entities. And Firefly is going to be one of those. So Firefly is going to move out of the nonprofit environment of the foundation and into its own for-profit entity. And the whole of the Firefly team is going to be joining us on this journey, which is about 10 of us in total. And the main reason for this is to allow us to compete properly within the wider crypto space. So if we want to start competing with the big wallets in the space, we need a larger team and a larger set of resources to be able to deliver the full roadmap in a quicker time frame. And the way we're doing this is that we're going to be sourcing funding through venture capital, angel investors, all of that sort of stuff in exchange for equity. And this is already in progress. So this is what we're working on at the moment. And I think you could expect excavation to happen in Q1, some sort of time frame around that sort of time. So yeah, I mean, if you're a community member who has anything that you want to see in Firefly, or you're a DApp developer and you want to chat about how that might work with Firefly, then I'm always available on Discord. You can find me under my name Charlie in the IOTA Discord server. So hope you all enjoy the rest of the presentations for tonight.
Charlie, you have surprised the community. I see the comments in YouTube, and everyone is like, "Wow, I didn't expect that." I mean, crazy. So thank you very much for this overview for what's coming. And of course, I mean, I follow Firefly pretty closely, as myself, I am also a user. And we are seeing really good progress here, and every one of us is, of course, expecting and waiting for the NFT support.
Mm-hmm.
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. IOTA Discord. I don't know if you are Monty Python aficionado like I am. Charlie, thanks again for taking the time today, and we'll see you around on Discord, right?
Thank you, man. I love your beard baubles. Very in the festive spirit.
Definitive, and it's because of our next guest. So let me introduce him. Charlie, goodbye. See you around. Bye-bye.
Thank you, man.
Bye. So, what is it time now? Well, it's time for ho, 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 our Holger Köther. Let him join me on the stage.
Hey, Antonio.
Hey, Holger. Hey, Holger. So yeah, festivities, of course. I got my gift last year for my beard.
I love it.
And
I love it.
I think it's for the right time. I think it's getting spicy right now, right?
It's getting spicy. I think we can show a little bit.
Awesome.
And
awesome.
I don't know if we can like top Charlie. It's always hard, no? But we'll surely give it a try.
Yeah,
And
you can try to show your biceps. I know that they have always been really strong. Yeah. All right.
All right. Then let me dive into it. I'm going to share my screen because we have, of course, some really nice stuff prepared.
Awesome. Yeah.
Let's see here. Share entire screen.
Yeah. All right.
So you should now be able to see it, right?
Now it is. The stage is yours.
Awesome. Thank you. So hey everyone, and thanks for taking the time to join the annual event. It's always a highlight of the year, I think, not only from the community, but like also for everyone in the IOTA Foundation. And now that we have been like excubating from market adoption towards Spice. Let me see if I can just remove this thing here. Yeah. I have to say it's exciting in the very same way, and I'm here to show you a little bit what we have been up to, what has happened like over the past weeks and months, and like also what you can expect. So you can already see Spice 5 is one of the excubations from the IOTA Foundation, and what you can see or expect in the next 15 minutes, we are going to take a first look at Spice, and I'm going to dive a little bit more into like what Spice is actually doing. So first, like, who is Spice? Spice is Regine, who has been managing the market adoption department together with me in the IOTA Foundation, and is Kimo, who has been doing Hive Road before, and we merged essentially Hive Road and the idea of Spice towards Spice 5. We have quite some experience in the space. Kimmo is also very well experienced in product design, product management. Regine has been building like an IPO in the unicorn before with ID Media. So I think we have quite a powerful team here assembled. It's not the end of the team. We're going to have some more additions, but this is it like for the how to say initial founders. And the first glimpse of Spice. So what is Spice? Spice is a strategic spin-off from the IOTA Foundation, and we're also going to have a strategic partnership with the IOTA Foundation. And the focus of Spice is to enable infrastructure. This means like nodes, validators for layer 2 chains, and so on, but also tends towards the more corporate or enterprise space with areas which are starting to get like really hot now. This means secure data spaces, digital identity, and so on. And I will come to that also in a second. So first, let's take a look at the Spice infrastructure provision. We had like a couple of principles in mind because we are always like seeing that it's still very hard for new projects to run infrastructure. It's also not really part of their focus to run infrastructure because as a DEP developer, you want to focus on developing your DEP. You don't want to focus on running a node, and spend capacity there. We want to build it for scalability, and of course we want to build on scalability, which means IOTA and Shimmer, because we very much believe that IOTA is going to be a huge game changer. You can already see the changes in Shimmer, the iterative changes, the unique features like native composability and so on, which like no or like very few other projects have in this space. And of course, when we talk about the underlying DAG and the parallel execution of transactions, it's going to be a complete new game changer. But now, so these are like the criteria. The most important one is really ease of use and simplicity first. So let's take a peek. If someone in the chat can maybe post the URL, I know you're like really experienced in this, to find this URL and then post it into the chat, then more people can follow it. And can open it in parallel. So this is here like the Shimmer Explorer, and we want to show a bit like how easy it is to do something on Spice. So what you can see here is like our node backend, how we can provide like the first set of nodes. And I'm going to do this now. So we have made a little bit like a special node setup, but essentially it's really easy to use if you want to run your own node, if you want to run a community node, if you want to run your DEP node, also if you want to run like a node cluster. So let's say we want to start like 20 nodes. They're all like set up to create a little bit of traffic to like really show how we are geared for scalability. And you can see now that running a node is like as easy as it has been like never before. You see the Hornet nodes, they're firing up. I already started one before. And essentially with one click of a button, this was like here, let me go to the one which I had already created with. They're coming here from the top. So this one here, no? So let's go to this node. You can see it takes you directly to the node. And within like roughly 2 to 3 minutes, you have a fully deployed Hornet node, which is starting to sync with the network and is then synced within a couple of seconds. Let's come to this back later and keep the visualizer in mind because all of these nodes are coming now with a setup spammer, which we have started here just for the sake of this demo to show how much scalability is like really worth. Good. So what is Spice and why we actually need Spice? We need Spice. This is now attending more like towards the enterprise part because automation is coming, and automation is like one of the core features for companies to like either reduce the cost, reduce the risk, or increase the profit in some sort of way. And if you think back of the Industrial Revolution, if you think back like 200 years, if the horse pulls the cart, you don't have to pull the cart. If the machine is pulling a cart, then the horse or you don't need to pull the cart. And essentially you see how automation is a driver for a better economic behavior and economic evolution over the past hundreds and even like thousands of years of humanity. And you have seen this with the internet like 40 years ago, how the internet enabled new business models, contributed to better automation. You saw it with the whole cloud movement, how when AWS started their clouds, how Google started their clouds, how simply companies were not interested anymore in running their own cloud in their data center. And we see that blockchain is at the moment at the very same explosive stage to provide certain utility functionalities and certain aspects, how you can automate a lot better. And when you want to automate a lot better, there's one thing which is like key, which is like integrity of data, and that your data is like, so that the data hasn't been like tampered with, and the data is really coming from a trustworthy source. And if you look at today's organizations, then operations, like you can see it here, it's driven by automation, and data needs to be received as quickly and as accurately as possible. This is like also reflected in the worldwide blockchain spendings in the enterprise area, which is like just growing tremendously because blockchain provides several unique features in order to enhance this type of data quality and data integrity. And at the same time, we are seeing that enterprises are like struggling to adopt the technology because the market is quite empty, because developers are quite expensive. You need some specific know-how in order to like also develop smart contracts, to dive into blockchain technology itself. And we see that companies are like really struggling. And at the same time, we see that all of them are like innovating on it. And this is like where Spice is coming in. So with Spice, we are building like a large scale B2B software as a service platform to really make the adoption of blockchain as easy as possible, plug and play. And when we now take a look at like why, or what are the typical use cases, or what are we doing differently, is that because we had market adoption before in the IOTA Foundation, but what the enterprises are looking for is like less to work with a team directly on innovation, because innovation is still like a stony road. You can see it like with the development of IOTA, of course, but that enterprises require solutions. So the easier it is for enterprises to adopt these new types of technologies, the easier they can like leap into it, and the easier they can like start to utilize these benefits. And you can see this that with the different use cases in the enterprise space, which are very much data dependent. So the enterprises typically, they do not really care about acquiring cryptocurrency, because it's already like a big pain in the neck for them to hold, to manage cryptocurrency, to do payouts, to do the key management, wallet management, and so on. So most of these use cases are typically data-driven. You can see it here in a secure information exchange, digital identity, asset tokenization, licensing credentials, anti-counterfeiting, and so on. And if you want to like really develop them from the scratch, with a blockchain development kit, it just takes you a lot of time and effort to get there. And with Spice, we have like the very big aim to reduce these development costs, and also the time the enterprises are spending on developing those solutions, due to the use of simple to use APIs and simple to use B2B platforms. Yeah, now let's take a look back at the current blocks per second at the here on our dashboard. So we have seen some nodes are like starting to fire up. Let's maybe go to the Shimmer Explorer. There should be like already an increase. You can see it here. We are now, let's just reload this to make it a bit faster. Now we are now sending like over 260 transactions per second to the Tangle. This is the Shimmer mainnet. So you can see like we really built for scalability, we built on scalability, and the first target group we are going to support with Spice are going to be the builders on IOTA. So if you want a dependable access point to the network, we are able to provide this from Spice. If you want to run smart contracts, if you want to run smart contract committees and to say, hey, I want like 12 validators, I want 18, I want 100 validators, you can just go to Spice and you can create them with Spice. And later down the road, we're going to offer the same simplicity for enterprises to say, if you want to create a secure data space, and the secure data space might sound like still like quite abstract, but for example, you take a look at it from the perspective of an energy company. So you have like a solar panel. The solar panel has a digital identity, and with this digital identity, the solar panel opens up like a secure data space, which is protected by cryptographic principles of the blockchain, either in a public blockchain or in a private blockchain. The companies, they can like decide what they want to use, if they want to spin up a consortium network, for example, and essentially you can enable other digital identities to join this data space, and then the solar panel can securely document how much energy it actually produced and can share this information. And you can apply this to like a lot of other industries as well, to global trade and supply chain, to digital product passports, where you have, let me like show this like here now. We have like a lot of actors as part of the whole manufacturing chain of the circular economy. And I'm just going to increase it like a bit more. And the same like the secure data space, where companies can just like in a secure way interact to share data, and then to be sure that the data is really coming from the correct source. So this was it from my view. And for my part, please don't forget we are going to launch our early access program very soon. So sign up on it on spice5.com. There's like a field on the bottom of the website. Also, don't forget to follow us on social media. I know like every YouTube influencer and so on like says this, hit the subscribe button. But this is, it very much helps us to show like also the interest in Spice, also towards future investments and so on. So hit that subscribe button, join us, and then stay tuned when we are going to launch the first portfolios next year. Thanks a lot.
Whoa, spicy. Wait, how many blocks per second do we have right now?
Let's see, I think like 200, 220, something like this, 250, nice, 280. Nice. It always depends a little bit now. But I think it's like very mesmerizing just to watch the Tangle and the underlying deck, how it proceeds, and how essentially you can see how the width of the snake is like increasing. And now imagine this like with 1,000 TPS, 2,000, 3,000, 5,000, or even more TPS.
Exactly. Fantastic. And I mean, I think also with the visualizer, it's the best way to describe a DAG compared to a blockchain. And you can see it live. I mean, this is happening right now on the Shimmer network. It's not a video that you prepared and showed us.
No, it's like all live. Everybody can see it directly.
Perfect.
So we'll keep this running like a little bit for the next minutes, and everybody can take a look at it, get mesmerized, and then back to you. Thank you everyone for taking the time, of course, in the audience. Have a happy holiday, and back to you, Antonio.
Holger, thank you very much. See you around. Bye-bye. All right. Wow. As always, fascinating, and solutions for businesses, solutions for the network, validator nodes, one-click solutions. I mean, this is what helps adoptions, definitely. All right, let's go back to the focus, or one of the focus points of IOTA, the research. All right, I mean, yes, development, solutions, but we also have a real strong focus in research. And as IOTA Foundation, we are pretty aware of the importance of core decide. But what many might not know, core decide is merely a first step towards the future of IOTA. Those who follow the development on GitHub were able to see how the developers are working full force on delivering the pieces to IOTA 2.0. And in terms of research, though, challenging topics for what comes next are already on the virtual whiteboards. So let's hear from Jonas about IOTA 2.0 and the influence of it on the processes in the IOTA Foundation. So Jonas, join me on stage. Hello here.
Hey, Antonio.
Hey, Jonas.
How you doing?
Thank you. A little busy with my screens because I'm managing this technical stuff in the back and the guests and everything. So it can become a little busy, but still really excited and absolutely pumped by what everything and every one of you is bringing to the stage. How are you doing, Jonas?
I'm good. Actually just came back from a climb to the highest mountain here in Mexico. I'm currently in Mexico. It was quite tough. I mean, you can probably tell I'm still a bit burnt in my face. It's like 5,600 meters. It was a good challenge to get up there.
I see you love
Now I'm back.
challenges.
Yes, I do.
And definitely IOTA 2.0 is a challenge, I suppose. And I've also seen that you joined Twitter lately, which I think has been already appreciated by the community and the ecosystem.
Yes,
So,
yeah, it took me a while. Like Hans did a bit of nagging here and there, for example. But yeah, it took me a bit because, well, I usually live like a focused and quiet Zen kind of life. Well, and I think life is here now, not in social media, but it's for a greater cause. So I'm able to overcome that and hopefully shed some more light on what we're doing actually with IOTA and IOTA 2.0.
Awesome. I think that everyone that is watching right now is really curious to learn more. So let me put your presentation up and I leave you the stage.
Yes, thank you. So for everyone that doesn't know me, maybe a quick introduction. I joined the IF in beginning of 2020 as a research intern. Back then, I was still doing my master's, and then I transitioned, and now I'm a research engineer. And I studied parallel and distributed computer systems, well, distributed systems, security, and general systems. So it's quite a good fit for DLTs. My background. And I work mostly in the Shimmer team, even though we have lots of different groups that are kind of interdisciplinary in the research department and also now in the research and development. And we will get to that in this talk as well. Yeah, that's, I think, about me. That's enough about me. And in this talk, instead of talking about certain milestones that we achieved maybe last year or that are coming up, I want to take a step back and basically tell the background story of IOTA 2.0 and how that influences IOTA as a protocol and IOTA as an ecosystem and also the foundation and the processes we have. And I think that that's actually a topic in general in life that is very often overlooked. We are often very busy in doing things and grinding and involved, but instead of taking a break and kind of taking a breath, reflecting, contemplating on what we're actually doing and why we're doing this, asking the deep, sort of uncomfortable questions, we are just doing things, right? And we're in it. So if we do this, and if we actually are able to contemplate and take the step back, then this overall, I would say at least, leads to more focus and productivity and also to the desired outcome. And as I said before, in this presentation, we're not really talking about technical stuff. There's other times for this. We're just talking about a little story. And well, all of this kind of started or was triggered at least by a research and development summit back in beginning of this year. And of course, we had ideas floating around, and the ideas were pretty clear to most people. The intuitions are clear, but this R&D summit kind of forced us to articulate and pinpoint these ideas. So that's where we started basically asking ourselves these sort of existential questions and deep questions that basically apply, I think, also to life. But in this specific case, we asked them regarding IOTA 2.0 and regarding the foundation. And the questions are, why are we doing what we're doing? That's a very important one, right? Then how are we doing it, and by which guidelines are we doing it? Then also, what exactly are we doing, and what are the main cornerstones of it? And as well, how do we get there, right? Once we figured out what we are actually doing and where we want to go. So we're going to look at all of these questions basically in a little bit. And First, we're going to look at why and how, which is the vision and the design principles. And what we found is basically the problem is that we need a global digital record keeping infrastructure, right? Because, well, life is gonna get more and more digitized. So eventually there will be some global structure, some global truth, and whoever has control of that infrastructure is basically a global digital authority. And that is kind of scary if it's in the wrong hands, right? But on the other hand, we kind of know already DLTs are perfectly suited for this, right? The problem there is that other DLTs are not really sufficient for doing this because, well, they're usually controlled by a class of service providers, be it miners, validators, that can do some things like MEV. For example, they manipulate the order of transactions, for example, or exclude certain things or whatnot. They have a special advantage in doing this, right? So what we want then is digital autonomy for everyone. Well, everyone is kind of clear. That implies not only devices, so everything, but also people. So everything, everyone. Now the question is, what is digital autonomy, right? And digital autonomy is basically the right and the ability to control your digital life as you want it, and to interact with other digital entities while you control everything around your digital life, like your assets, your identity, your data, and so on. And it also means fair treatment and equal protection, meaning that no one can influence the rules of the system, no one can rig the system to their advantage, right? And it also obviously means easy to use, easy access, and easy to use, being easy to use. And it also means the freedom of these certain providers that you need to use to access the system, right? Like if you want to issue a transaction in a blockchain, usually you issue it to a mempool, and a miner picks it at will and puts it in. But they can also front run you, for example, and these kind of things. So based on these sort of requirements that you can come to from this vision and this digital autonomy, this want for digital autonomy, we came up with a bunch of principles, guiding principles, design principles that help to fulfill this vision. And there are 5. And the first one is quite important, about accessible writing. As you know, we have a Tangle, and you can just attach your own block. So you don't need to go through a service provider, right? Second one is parallel and stream processing, meaning that we can do optimistic processing of transactions on arrival. And that also means that you can be more efficient and utilize more CPU cores, for example, on consumer grade hardware. So you can also run your node on a not so powerful device, and still retain like a fairly high throughput, right? Which is exactly the next point. We want a high throughput, high volume and velocity, meaning we want high throughput and fast confirmation times, while still people can participate. And the fourth point, the fourth design principle is social integration, which means, well, we want to be able to replicate real world relationships in this digital infrastructure, right? That means we want to integrate real world trust and real world identities, and something like digital twins, right? That needs to be able to be supported too. And the last point is also quite important. The whole system needs to be sustainable long term. We cannot just have like a Ponzi like scheme, or just have some inflation or something that is rewarding maybe in the short term, but leads ultimately to value extraction of the natural stakeholders, meaning the users of the network. Instead, what we are doing is we pay rewards and access to prevent exactly that value extraction, because, well, you can only access the system with that reward, right? Okay, now that we know why we do things and by which guiding principles, how, you can look at what is actually the main vehicle to achieve that vision, and that is IOTA 2.0. And what are the main cornerstones of that vehicle, right? And unfortunately, these don't work, so I'm sorry. The slide looks a bit full, but first, we have the reality-based ledger, which is quite an important component that allows us to do the parallel processing, optimistic execution, and it's also agnostic to the underlying UTXO VM, meaning that we can, for example, use it with Stardust, with the Stardust VM, or we can use it with something else that just provides like a UTXO-based format. And based on the reality-based ledger, we can then build, or we build, what we built with IOTA 2.0 is the leaderless asynchronous consensus, which is the consensus is OTV. Maybe you have heard that term on Tangle voting, right? It's built on the mempool itself, meaning the mempool is the Tangle instead of compared to a blockchain where you have a separate mempool. And based on that, we count the votes so that the consensus emerges from the data structure instead of the data structure emerging from the consensus. It's upside down basically, and it's a very nice feature because it just leads to natural convergence basically. Then the next thing that is very important is natural or built-in builder separation, which means we cannot have MEV. You cannot do front running because, well, we don't have a separate mempool, right? And you're able to append your own blocks. So that means no one can just push in a transaction in front of you. Then the whole system is very flexible in Sybil protection. So you can, if you want to build the DLT, for example, with our consensus, you can simply say, okay, I give all the consensus weight to 5 identities. And now all of these 5 identities have all the weight, but you can also distribute the weight by a depot system, or you can enable meta protocols by, for example, saying, hey, I want to always listen to what that bank does or what my grandma does, for example. And additionally, it's always live because it's a form of Nakamoto consensus. The next thing we have is the congestion control with the circular mana economy, which means, well, we don't have proof of work to access the system. And it's fair with almost no barrier to access. As soon as you have tokens, you can transact at some point in time. Maybe you need to wait until you have accumulated enough mana, but you can at some point access the system. Then what is quite important is there's no dichotomy between users and block issuers. And there are many block producers, not like in a blockchain where it's usually you get a slot as a validator and then you are able to produce a block. Or proof of work blockchains, you are the lucky one that solves the puzzle first, right? And the whole thing, like the circular mana economy, is rooted in network utility. That means that, well, once the network has utility, mana also starts to get valuable, and then this will feedback loop to being more more secure, and being more useful eventually as well. Then the next big component is epoch commitments, and that's the newest component in IOTA 2.0. And it's basically just slicing the Tangle in time chunks and building a commitment with a delay. So basically we have our consensus, and then once everything is done, we will come to the nodes will commit to an epoch, basically whatever they have seen according to consensus. And that means that this is basically something like a reliable broadcast primitive for the more technically minded people, but also it allows us to see or to have data availability by design. Because if you saw something as accepted in a past epoch, that also means that, and someone else saw exactly the same things and commits to the same things, that means that you both have the data available, or had the data available at some point. So now the question is, what does it mean? Well, it makes IOTA 2.0 a great settlement layer and liquidity layer, well, because we don't have MEV, right? And it's potentially a great DLT SDK, right? Which is not something that we are focusing on right now, because what we want to build first, one network, right? Or two networks, Shimmer and IOTA. And after that, we can focus more on making it available also a la Cosmos, right? Yeah, and that is the what. And now the next point is, well, based on now that we know the why, the how, the what, we are more focused and aligned, and we're going with full steam in one direction. Meaning that everything we do is in order to come closer to the new IOTA. On the way, we also changed the way we work. So, for example, we introduced a technical committee to structure and streamline decision making. We introduced a few task forces that are a combination out of researchers and developers that are looking at important topics that are necessary to solve. And recently, we also merged the Hornet and the Go Shimmer team to work on one code base together. And in general, we're focusing on the right things, right? Like we're building a platform for permissionless innovation instead of building everything ourselves. So permissionless innovation is so that everyone, all the community, all the ecosystem can build on top of what we are building, right? And now I want to come back full circle and quickly recap and answer these deep questions that we posed at the beginning. So basically, why are we doing what we're doing? Well, digital autonomy for everyone, right? We want to have that. So how are we going to do it? By the guiding principles of our design principles. What exactly are we doing? Well, we're building IOTA to biodiverse consensus, the congestion control, and the mana economy, as well as the epoch commitments. And how do we get there? Well, with full force and focus and alignment, right? Everyone working on the same goal. And that is the end. And I hope I could shed some light on some of these topics and explain our reasoning and show how we arrived at the current status quo, and that we're currently working with full force towards IOTA 2.0.
I would call it the beginning or the continuation, because I think there is no end to research, right, Jonas? Would you agree?
No. Yes, I agree. There's no end.
to put things in perspective, I think for the audience here is important to understand that here we're talking about the next steps, right? Can we say that research already gave the developers the information to build the base layer, the basic parts for IOTA 2.0, which also we call the decentralization, and this is what will follow that, right? Can we say this? Am I right with my assumption here?
Yes, you're totally right. I think that is exactly what we just did, right, with the merge of Hornet and Shimmer. Now we are not working on two different code bases anymore. We're just working on one. We're working towards one goal, and the goal is IOTA 2.0. And as you said at the beginning, for me, the goal is not core decide. It's important. It's an important event, but the real goal and the real deal is IOTA 2.0. It's so much more than just being decentralized. It's a whole new world, I would say.
Definitely, and I really am excited to see what's coming, and I hope that this gave a good overview to our audience here. Jonas, I can imagine that after the climb, you might be a little tired, and also the connection is breaking up a little bit. So I would really thank you for taking the time and for letting us have these insights. And I'd say we'll see you on Twitter and on Discord a little bit more. So thank you again for everything.
Yes. Thanks for the time. Thanks for listening. And if you have questions, shoot them on Twitter or Discord. We're always there to answer. Also test technical questions. They're the best ones, actually.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
See you. Bye.
So this was, again, the focus is research. I think sometimes me also as community member, I tend to mix what's research, what's development, what's out there. And sometimes it is really important to frame things inside that block, if we want to say it like that, so that we understand better what we're talking about, and we avoid also probably overhyping ourselves and really understand what the path looks like and where we are going. So definitely important. And Jonas, again, thank you very much for this important insights. So again, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Don't forget to join the Discord and have a look at the Shimmer in the Stars channel. So approximately right now, we are almost ready to start with the second part of this evening, of today's event. I mean, it of course depends on the time zone you're in. And I mean, IOTA and the Shimmer, yes, they are the protocol, the base layer, the main, if we want, building block, the main communication layer where this stuff happens. But what all these technologies require, what all they need to really move forward, to really look for adoption, are builders and applications, because the applications built on technology like IOTA and Shimmer is what in the end solve either real life problems of their users or open up opportunities to new paradigms in decentralized finance, in gaming, in NFT and other different aspects. So by the way, do you know how to keep up with what's going on in IOTA and Shimmer ecosystem? Well, if not, there are two ways that I am going to suggest you today. And one is to make sure you follow Thomas QV and Monaco podcast on Spotify and other platforms. It reached, I think, if I remember it correctly, top 5 tech podcasts in January this year. And he's delivering awesome podcasts with awesome interviews and really great interviews. And I think we're now around episode 54 or something. So definitely it is worth to follow his podcast either on Spotify or on other platforms. And on YouTube, Well, you will find Specker of the Year 2022, Cutcraft, and the Spec Weekly channel, where he covers IOTA from a more degen point of view, in my opinion. And he also hosts the bi-weekly Flippin' Burgers Twitter space. So follow Spec Weekly on YouTube, follow Mooncast on your preferred podcast platform like Spotify or whatnot, and follow ShimmerNet on Twitter, where you will get notified when Flipping Burgers is on. And let's invite now Adam, who will tell us a little bit about Touchpoint and what it is and why it's important. And then instead of and then we'll continue. So let's have Adam here with us. Adam. Hey. How are things?
They're good. Very busy, but good.
I can imagine. I heard that you were traveling today, so I definitely have to thank you for taking the time to be with us today.
Mm-hmm.
Can you spoil us what it was about, or is it a state secret?
Yes, some of it is more sensitive than others, but what I can say is it was a really good meeting. It was I was there, and Dom, Corey, Chris, and some of the people from the community as well. I don't know if they want me doxing them, so I won't say it. But I met with 2 separate teams, some of the foundational builders in the IOTA space. So that was really great. And then we were also talking with some investment partners and doing the thing that we do in BizDev.
All right, sounds really interesting. And as you say, some things might be a little more sensitive. So sadly, we have NDAs, right? Which is another of our insiders. Adam, will you have a presentation for us about that?
No.
I was going to
ad-lib.
All right, then I'll leave you the stage for a few minutes, and then I'll come back to you here.
Sounds good. Yours. Well, hey everybody, my name is Adam, and I'm one of the people who helps run Touchpoint. And what Touchpoint is this kind of program where we bring together builders in the community and experts and investors. And what we do is we find the people in the IOTA community who are the more serious builders, and they apply to join. And then as long as they pass the test that they're committed and they look reasonably capable of producing the thing that they say they can, we bring them into this Discord server. And in there, they have a little bit closer relationship to the IOTA Foundation, normally via myself and Chris, and we have some technical people there with Ani and Suze from comms. And so they get a little bit more a personal approach of building. And sometimes they also get a little bit more information than goes out in the general public. This has also been leaked at one point. I think my name was screenshotted in this one pretty funny chat. But the point is to take people who want to build and make it to where it's easy as possible for them to build. And a lot of times this involves connecting projects with each other as well. So you might have a payment portal building on IOTA that wants to talk to a DEX or that wants to talk to a fiat on-ramp. And so we try to facilitate that and do a little bit of matchmaking. We also help them with fundraising insofar as we help them refine their pitch decks. A lot of these teams might be a lot of developers, but may not be people who have sat in front of a VC and tried to pitch. And so we kind of help them refine what their narrative is, what things are working, and try to make them as successful as possible. And what's nice about it is, what I find best about it is this networking aspect where different projects will talk to each other. We have, for instance, this gaming alliance that goes on, and they're brainstorming ideas with each other, forming partnerships. We have events that go on in Touchpoint too. We recently opened one up to the wider community through our tokenomics, or a tokenomics expert who wanted to come talk. And actually, there's been some physical kind of events too. I've met at least, I think, 4 or 5 teams in person. I've met people from TangleSwap. I don't know if they remember this. ShimmerSea, Hive Road, Accumulator, Nakama throughout. And it's it's also great to have these personal physical interactions with them. And so Touchpoint really started this year for the first time, and we thought it was going to be this like accelerator incubator, and which sometimes go in cohorts and they have like a very structured program, but ours ended up being more of just like a networking space of all the ultra serious people in the IOTA Foundation, which is really great because there's this synergy when all the people who are really able to pull this stuff off are in one spot. And what we found recently is there's also been interest from the other ecosystems. So we have teams in Touchpoint that are also on Polygon and BNB chain now, previously Binance Smart Chain. We have there's two other ecosystems that are with us as well. I'm blanking out on the names, but Phantom is another really big one. We have a couple projects coming in from Phantom. And so what's cool is like we have these projects and they reach out to all the people they know and they say, okay, well, I'm one DApp and I'm building on Ethereum or I'm building on Binance, but I'm one of 1,000 people. And so a lot of people want this kind of tailored support that we're able to offer them. And so, for instance, one team of us will tell another one of this Phantom teams, hey, these are some good people, and the space looks ripe to blow up the next once all the FTX stuff settles and goes away. And so we get a lot of people reaching out to us to join in from other ecosystems. And we also do reach out as well. We recently, or I guess in the middle of the year, we also hired Austin. If you're in Touchpoint, you know him because he interacts with everybody. And so it's a mix of inviting people to come talk to us and reaching out to them to see which high impact projects want to port over. And we've had some really good conversations, which with some of like the top applications in the entire crypto space. Some of them will probably come in later once we prove ourselves, and certain ones want to kind of get this first mover advantage, and they come in right away. And that, I think, covers the main spiel of what we're doing at Touchpoint.
All right, awesome. So if I am either on a project already building on a different chain, for example, or if I want to start building, or if I'm an expert in a certain sector, I'd say that Touchpoint would be where I should get in touch, right? Sorry for the pun.
Absolutely. Yeah, so you can actually do this if you go to the shimmer.network, there's on the heading, I actually don't have the URL for it, but one of them says Touchpoint. And those three, for the record, is called Touchpoint because those points that are being touched are between the builders, investors, and experts. So maybe that kind of clarifies something.
That makes sense. Let us also share that in the chat right now. Great. So before we continue, because I think that also part of Touchpoint is the second half of our event today, where we invited different projects to share what they're doing with us, right? And before we get into that, I promised Terry and also the audience here that I would give you an update about KupKrush. And I don't know if KupKrush means anything to you, Adam. Did you ever hear about it?
My only knowledge about it came from you. Something having to do with recycling.
Exactly. So let me take this 5 minutes to give an update, because of course I was in touch with Terry that wanted to moderate this event today, like he did last 2 years, but his voice is not back right now. Let's say it like that. So I will now take 5 minutes, and then I will get you back on stage so we can start with the projects. So KupKrush is a single-use paper cup circular economy recycling system. And I'd say that if you use your preferred search engine and you look for KupKrush, you will probably find it. It's with K, 2 times K. And the updates that Terry Shane, IOTA, wanted to share is the following. And I now have to read the text because it reached me not long ago. So I'll try also to lower my voice and do it my best. So Terry Shane, IOTA, and the Biotosphere continue to work closely with Professor Robert Shorten of the Dyson School of Design Engineering at Imperial College London to advance the KupKrush project. Under the leadership of Professor Shorten, a talented team has been assembled that includes both PhD and master degree students, support staff, and others, and the team is already building prototype software that works with the current Shimmer network. To date, the team has purchased a reverse vending machine that is being retrofitted to work with the new software to record transactions and cup balances on the Shimmer network. The machine will ingest, crush, and recycle single-use paper cups in the first iteration, but may work with other disposable items in the future. Additionally, various smart and semi-smart bin and human-operated point-of-sale refund options are being explored. Conversations have been had with a large commercial waste removal conglomerate, and a small pilot is already being planned on the Imperial College campus in the new year. Opportunities for larger pilot deployments are currently being explored with the waste management departments of two large UK city councils. A UK-based documentary filmmaker has also expressed interest in recording the progress of the project for a potential future documentary if the project achieves success. The project is eagerly awaiting the arrival of smart contracts capabilities on the Shimmer network, as this is a key component that is required by the KupKrush solution for completion. Once initial pilots are completed, the intent will be to seek funding to allow the platform to be scaled up, and KupKrush machines, smart bins, and other refund stations will be financed by tokenizing the units. Owners of KupKrush tokens will be entitled to their proportionate share of the refund revenues generated by their specific unit or groups of units via NFT and the associated digital wallets. This leverages IOTA's unique abilities for NFTs to have their own wallets and even to own other NFTs. The project will also harness the power of self-sovereign digital identities for the units, and they are expected to represent a highly profitable investment. Stay tuned. All right, I did my best. Terry, I already miss you, and I hope that next year you will be with us to tell us more and about the progress, and maybe also in between. Michael, I was actually reading the scripts because, as I said, IOTA, Terry Shane, which is building this solution, could not join us today last minute. So he sent me this information for everyone to get an update. Now let's get Adam back on stage. Wow, Adam. Hey. Bernd, I totally agree. It is a killer use case, and circular economy and recycling is one of the points that can be leveraged. So what's next? Adam, I think we are on time. I was able to make sure that everything is on time.
Yeah, so far so good.
So far so good. So I heard that we will now talk about certain categories, right? So we will introduce the category and then different projects, if I got that right.
Yep.
And oh, thank you. I see the Biotosphere commenting that I did a great job. I did my best. I'm just not at that level. I'm sorry. What is the first category we're going to talk about?
Yeah, first we're going to talk about DAOs.
All right, DAOs, great. For the people and the audience listening in, we had, I think, the second edition of the DAO Pioneers, and that also made possible for our ecosystem members, our community members, which are not always exposed to everything that the cryptocurrency space offers and the DLT space offers, to learn more about DAOs. And I think that, and I hope that we also inspired different teams in our ecosystem and in Touchpoint to launch their own DAO. And Adam, tell me a little bit more about DAO. And if I remember correctly, I will be the first presenting also the next one, because this is the last time you guys will hear me talk about the project, and then we have other projects launching and talking about their own. So what is coming next?
Okay, so I'll jump into kind of DAOs a little bit and with the really high level overview, and then we'll have I think it's ImCity come and present themselves. So to start at the very basic, DAOs generally stand for decentralized autonomous organizations. And ultimately what this really means is people or organizations that want to have democratic, resilient, and efficient forms of governance. This takes a couple of definitions, though. Sometimes what the thing is that's decentralized is slightly different, but it all kind of revolves around smart contracts and normally around multi-signature wallets. This has actually been kind of a contentious thing this year. It started with the Optimism's bicameral system of how they're trying to kind of incorporate identities, incorporate, make governance not completely subjective to token voting, to where it's not only the richest people who are able to determine what happens. And this is kind of the biggest, one of the biggest obstacles that DAOs face. And also with MakerDAO, probably the biggest DAO that exists. They control the stablecoin DAI. And what's up for debate is exactly how decentralized organizations should run, or if they should be completely flat or hierarchical, what DAOs should look like going into the future. And on IOTA, we've had people testing out DAO type models. Sooniverse, their platform, has a voting function on it. I know at least the Fans Together comes to mind as probably the first votes I was seeing that were informing what they did. And of course, we had on the foundation level, we had our own type of decentralized governance things with the token increase and with the community treasury going on now. And so as we move forward and get smart contracts and get multi-signatures on on the Shimmer EVM, we should probably see a big uptick in people who want to try to attack a coordination problem by using a DAO. And with that, if ImCity is in the area, I would...
They definitely are. Let's give them a few seconds. Before we let ImCity join, I was asked last second to introduce you to GODOT by Andy, and then I totally leave it to the project. So this is the last time I will present something today, I hope. And then I will definitely leave the stage to the projects themselves, because it's really hard for me, and I told that Andy, it's really hard for me to deliver the passion, the quality, and the key points of the projects. And you were talking about DAOs, and Philo, the other community manager, and I, we held the DAO Pioneers initiatives, where we learned with community members about DAOs. We read about them, we listened to podcasts, we watched videos, whatnot. And in this case, we have a CAO, a cow, and let's dive into that, because I was surprised when I heard that. So GODOT by themselves, they are working towards this approach to convert global distribution systems into the last mile delivery in the concept of circular economy, with three very important approaches. And one is supply chain as a service. Another one is technology as a service, which is planned. And the last one is stakeholder value model. This is I'd say B2B platform mainly, because they try to transform also the customers into B2B delivery platforms for food, beverages, and other supplies. As I said, I will not be able to convey really the importance here and the message behind it, but an interesting concept that that Andy brought up is this how this centralized autonomous organization, where even though if it's centralized, it gives and empowers the participants in the organization in a way that the typical let's say pyramidal way of doing company, of doing enterprise just cannot. And they do it with this stakeholder value model. And here we see the four parts of this structure, which is transparency offered by DLTs, distributed ledger technology, equity with smart contracts and shared upside, efficiency, which is done by the graph database form, and redundancy. Again, I will probably not be the best one to talk about it, but I promise Andy I will do it. So if you're more interested to learn about this, of course, ask questions in the Discord. Andy will be available there to give you more insights into this. But let's go to the highlights for the Touchpoint project. And if I got it right, we have Clement on the line. So let him join the virtual stage. Clement, hi.
Hi, hello all. Hello, Antonio and Adam.
Hey.
Whenever you are ready, you can put my presentation because the very first line in the presentation explain why we think we really belong to this community, because our project is a very tangled project. So
awesome.
Usually it's hard to explain. But
awesome.
As I learned this evening from Jonas' questions, you can clarify it in time. In fact, this is why what we did this year, a lot of clarification, and we are on the right path for going forward. We are, in fact, a community here. I wanted to say an ecosystem, because there are many components. And this evening, I will try to respond to the who, the what, and the when in the time I have. So who we are. Me first, I am living in Bucharest, Romania. I have an entrepreneurial history path. Except the first step, all other steps were entrepreneurial in different areas, but all of them were from technology and online communication space. Now I am focusing on this project, the IMCT and its ecosystem. Also for the why, it is the Digital City Institute, because we felt like it is more appropriate to have a kind of non-profit as an umbrella for the idea. A lot of concepts to be clarified, a lot of research. So we did this step, and we have Digital City Institute as a think tank. It is not other than an invitation for a lot of brilliant minds to speak, to find the best path for our future, the best path for the digital city concept, meaning the technology and how we can use it to improve the social interactions and make modern communities more collaborative and participatory through digital reward system. A lot of words here, but this is exactly what is the Digital Institute for. The fight to find the best solution for our modern communities. This is why I think it's somehow a good fit, the project this evening in the DAO category, because this is what we need to clarify the DAO and the future direction of DAOs. We have an academic supervisory board and also professional, so it is not an empty idea or an empty path. Also, in fact, what we are doing with this project, this is going to get complicated because we are base our path to the idea that our digital society, which is already a reality, but which will grow a lot in the next years. So our digital society needs proper digital spaces for community interactions. Those digital spaces currently are websites or websites like Spaces, which is not the proper way for this future. And also the direction to the 3D world, to the 3D resemblance of our physical world, we think is not really the good path. So we have to research, to do a lot of research and to a lot of trial and errors to find the best way for our digital spaces. So we are building the digital infrastructure separately as an operating system and its platforms on top of the operating system for social interactions within future smart city context. This is what we are doing. The project status is at the proof of concept level. It is degraded from the MVP as we try to build it this year. The finding was that we have to concentrate first to the proof of concept. It is a bootstrapped project. I am the one involved in the financing of it. And we received a lot of support from the community, but didn't spend any money yet from that support. And there is a very important characteristic of the project. It is a very transparent development, like building in public. The project components, as they are now, and we are working on it on them for the next year. There are cityos.dev, which is the digital framework for what we are trying to create, and as an operating system, and the application of and the platform based on that operating system on IMCity as a digital city and URCity as a virtual city. The main frameworks from the CTOs OS are the rewarding framework and the participatory framework. Basically, we are trying to create that framework because anything in our society is already working based on rewards, but it is kind of a primitive approach for them. So we need a rewarding framework in our society based on distributed ledger technology and also based on decentralization, fairness, transparency, and things like that. Otherwise, if we are not doing it together, others will do it. Take the government from China and other authoritarian governments. So we have to do it transparently for our own. And the second framework is the participatory framework, because in order to reward anyone in the community, you have to have their participation for decision, for contribution to projects, and sometimes simply for their presence and things like that. Here it is the other new technology that is exponentially growing these days for the artificial intelligence technology. So when the usual question, in fact, not very soon. So not even soon, but we are working, and next year we'll do the proof of concept for different directions, and the validated proof of concept will go to the minimum viable product. Then we'll build the beta version. So it is a lot of work. The work is done, but it is not a one-night project. It is a very complex, and we have to do it right. However, we are here for the long run. Here is a kind of a schema to show both the complexity but also the reality of our roadmap. We build city spaces, so any place or any entity from the real cities will have a city space, not necessarily, as I said, a 3D space, but a digital space where people can engage in the participation framework like a venue, think to events, think to workplaces on that digital layer. And the other direction is for the content framework. In city space, people can access information. Seeing, for example, the hospitality industry, when the digital space of a place from hospitality easily provide the needed information for their guests, for the guests each time, so they are not searching into the house for where they switch off the light or any kind of information, or other places like organization for the information they need. A very important direction is the news desk from the city spaces. Different city spaces can have different news streams. Here is a complicated issue, not with the technology to deliver news, but with what is news, what is truth these days. So here we'll have in the Digital City Institute a separate direction to research to see how the news should be evaluated and published in different communities. And of course, will be a command framework. For example, orders, you go to a coffee shop and you can order there without staying in line for anything they have from their digital space. This is in short what we are working on. We are pretty close to everything. Starting January, we'll have the IMCT and URCT platform in place. Everything will start with a fresh installation. We already have the IMCT platform for this entire year, and we'll go forward with them. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Clement. That sounds really interesting. It seems like the cryptoness, like reaching into the real world, is still very much alive with your project, even though IOTA, we've expanded from essentially the Internet of Things to the Internet of Everything. It's great to hear that there's still people pressing forward on this front.
Right.
Okay, then have a nice night, and then
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, bye. Absolutely. Okay, so that was it for DAOs. The next one we're going to cover is DeFi, and DeFi is one of these obviously ubiquitous crypto use cases right now that people want to trade on DEXs, or a big thing these days is trading on derivative markets, for instance, like GMX and Quenta and some of the other ones. So we actually have a good amount of teams that are working on this stuff as well. I think probably the first teams that were started to build on IOTA were thinking about making a DEX, and it makes sense because these are kind of the crux of most ecosystems. If you're familiar with Avalanche, you think about how Trader Joe and Avalanche are kind of inseparable. They're kind of part of the same basket. So it'll be interesting to see which DEX or DEXs will kind of drive most of the I guess initial activity in our ecosystem. And I'm lucky, I think I said that I've actually talked to most of the teams on all the DEXs, and makes me very bullish and very excited for what's coming out in our future on IOTA. So with that, we will move on. I think first up we'll have Collectiverse, and then a couple others come and they'll pitch their projects for what they're doing in relating to DeFi.
Hi, Adam. Thank you for the opportunity. Hello, everyone.
Yeah, thanks for joining us. Floor is yours.
Yeah, great. My name is Cole Singh. I go by Apollo from Collectiverse. I'm the founder CEO. We've been looking to build a project that makes DeFi more accessible to investors and also to builders. If you look across the landscape right now, DeFi is usually pretty segregated in terms of different chains and in terms of managing it. Can be very complicated, and if you've ever looked in that space, it's not the easiest space to partake in. And you also have the problem where you don't typically have real yields. The yields usually based on some sort of Ponzi or some sort of process where they're creating yield that's not really long-standing. So we're looking to solve a few problems in the space that help grow the space and help make it more accessible to folks like you, and then also to enable more projects to build that allow it to grow. And we felt the IOTA ecosystem was perfect for that. We are so the three problems we're solving is that one is that it's hard to manage your money across different chains. The second is that you don't have necessarily real yields. You're basically chasing yields that will eventually go away pretty quickly. And the third is safety. As we've seen with situations like FTX and so forth, that if you don't have your money and your principal secure, it doesn't matter. You won't get the returns you're looking for because that principal is lost. So we're looking to help on all fronts. And the way we're approaching it is we're starting off with building a stablecoin that operates somewhat differently than your typical stablecoin. First of all, it's inherently cross-chain, in that we're integrating with layer 0. And so we're actually integrating this layer 0 network that's omni-chain network into the Shimmer network. The second thing we are doing is that we are providing looking to provide two types of stablecoins to the IOTA community. One is a native stablecoin where you can take your Shimmer token and convert that in, and that's what the stablecoin is collateralized by. It's over collateralized. And the second one would be a USDC collateralized stablecoin. So it's fully 100% backed by USDC. And obviously, since USDC does not currently exist in the Shimmer network, we would be collateralizing on another network so that the money's fully backed, but you still have the use of that stablecoin. We see there's potential opportunities for a number of opportunities. One is right now a lot of liquidity across these different chains is fractured. So sometimes if you even if you traded or whatever it may be, you might find like you realize you had money in a certain wallet you didn't even know you had. So we're looking to provide a way that lets you unify that in a nice way where you can see where your funds, you can partake in different markets and yields across different chains, all from the Shimmer network. And then also, of course, different projects can use the stablecoin as well. So that allows for different opportunities there. We are, in our goal to provide real yield, we are working with real world businesses that are looking to leverage the opportunities in this space, but are just finding it difficult to do that. So we are right now onboarding an existing project that I think is very well suited for this ecosystem, in that it's a healthcare company where they are looking to tokenize their receivables, and the yield is based on the ability to obtain those receivables at a significant discount, and that would allow them to continue operating and growing their business. And it provides yields around between 15 and 20% annually. So you're not going to get your crazy APYs that you might see in some of these other projects, but it's legitimate quality yields. And so that's one of the first projects we're looking to onboard within the Collectiverse ecosystem. And so if you're looking for something like that that's sustainable, we see that as a minimum of 10% annualized yield over 5 years, and could be as high as 20%. So those are the kind of projects we're excited about, and we're looking to provide capabilities and technology that allows more of those type of projects to come on more easily and be implemented. The final piece is security. And again, some of the challenges we've seen in the space go to just outright project rugs or hacks. And some of that goes to the way blockchain is architected. It's real time, and so one of the complaints we have about traditional finance is that the settlement process takes too long. It takes 3 days to get your money or to move from one place to another, or more or less, whatever it may be. But sometimes some delay is a good thing. If you can ensure that have a little delay to protect and ensure that that monies are secure, that there was no hack, that there was no rug pull. And so we are enabling projects to be eventually being built on top of our ecosystem, where if they create a token that would only be able to exchange into our stablecoin, now there would be a delay before that money can be converted back into USDC or into your Shimmer token, depending on which version of the stablecoin you used. So the opportunity there is that you will have these natural delays built in that let you ensure that you're not going to have to worry about that you invested in a project and someone did something that they shouldn't have done, or someone made a mistake, and obviously that does happen as well, where you have some protections, natural protections that are built into the system that don't exist today. We, in terms of our team that's building this, I would love to show you what we're doing. My background comes from finance. I traded on Wall Street for 5 years. I built from there. I built 2 companies that were in the fintech space. Both were acquired, and then been sort of building since then. And then got into the DeFi space, crypto space, and I was just fascinated as coming from Wall Street and finance. And I just seeing my own problems and challenges as an investor, as sort of seeing the opportunity here in the technology, but also seeing some of the problems here. I was very excited to sort of start building in the space, and that's where Collectiverse is. We also have the rest of our team has built in numerous projects in different ecosystems. Adam mentioned Avalanche. We have 2 developers that develop 2 different projects. DeFi projects in the Avalanche ecosystem, and then we have 2 other people in the team who've been building some of the earliest NFTs. So we're also looking to do some things around the NFT space, but that's sort of secondary. So if you're looking to get involved, this sort of sounds interesting. We would love to have you involved. Come follow us on Twitter at our handle is Collectiverse_, or join our Discord. Love to talk to you about it, see the opportunities. We think we're very excited about the Shimmer network, and we see a lot of exciting capabilities here that this chain offers. So I think providing that bridge to other chains, providing a way through a single stablecoin for other liquidity to come into this space and identify projects we're excited about. And if you're a project that's looking to leverage a stablecoin, please let us know. Thank you very much, and appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for coming up.
Yeah.
Without further ado, we'll move directly into the next project, which should be Firefly, the person presenting DeFire, the project. Welcome.
Oh, hi. I had to just unmute myself. Well, thanks a lot. So yes, well, coincidentally, I go by Firefly in the crypto space. Nothing to do with the Firefly wallet. that is also part of the IOTA or Shimmer network ecosystem. My name is Bart, and I'm one of the founders of DeFire project that I will be gladly presenting for you here today. We're also part of Touchpoint, one of the projects that are involved there, and we can only say great words and praise highly how Adam and the rest of the team is supporting the different projects building for the Shimmer network. So DeFire, we are a project building a multi-chain marketplace for DeFi strategies. And just to touch upon the origin of our name, DeFire, well, D stands for decentralized, and Fire, if you're familiar with financial independence, retirement early concept, so that's what gave birth to the name of the project, DeFire. You can visit our website, defire.org, if you'd like to explore more about what we do and our roadmap, and also our social medias and how to get in touch with us. You can find it all there. So a few more words about myself and the team. We are 3 founders who started working on this DeFi project about a year ago. We actually happened to come across, I mean, 3 individuals with entrepreneurial mindset happened to come across each other in another DeFi project last year. We started engaging with that specific project on Phantom Network, and somehow we kind of connected with each other and decided to, I mean, why don't we build a project ourselves? I mean, we have right background, right mindset, right skills, and we decided to just try to build a project that we always wanted to engage with ourselves. So that was how we started working on DeFire about a year ago. So moving on, I mean, what brought us to working on what we are working, so that marketplace for DeFi strategies. I mean, similar to Apollo, who spoke just before me, I think we identified similar challenges in DeFi, and I believe many identify same challenges still nowadays. So we fully agree. I mean, the navigating through DeFi space or ecosystem is truly complex. I mean, to use a project that's been around for years now, you know, especially for a novice user, for a new person joining this space, and even experienced ones, it could be overwhelming and really challenging. And then so that was one of the real issues we wanted to address. Let's make it simple and easy to use for whoever is going to engage with it. Either it's novice users or experienced users, but everybody should get this seamless and effortless experience. The second issue that we saw is this capital inefficiency or inefficient use of capital in DeFi. I mean, typically, and that goes back to the first challenge that we see, this complexity of navigating in the space, is that simply many users, well, they engage their capital tokens in a certain way. Let's say deposit in a liquidity pool to provide liquidity to a DEX. They collect, they receive a fee, a part of the fee, the trading fees from that liquidity pool. But this is where that experience ends. I mean, there is so much more that can be done with that. With that capital can be taken to the next level, used in a more complex and more capital efficient strategies that are not that often explored, because simply, well, because of the complexity, and two, it's also time consuming to explore and to find interesting opportunities in DeFi space. And third, it's I fully agree with Apollo speaking before. I mean, blockchain today is divided into those silos. There is you know, each network has their own blockchain, and yes, there are bridges that can be used to move funds from one blockchain to another, but there are always challenges, time delays, and whatnot. So that was another issue that we wanted to address by building the project we are building. And the ultimate goal of what we want to offer to the users is a way or a vehicle to obtain a financial independence. And everybody has a different definition of what financial independence is, but we would like to build a proposition that will be appealing to everybody, irrespective of their objectives, goals, and needs. Moving on, so the solution. So how we are going to solve that, or what we are working on. I'll very shortly go into discussion more on what we are building and how it looks today. So as I said earlier, user experience is our priority. It has to be easy to use, seamless. I mean, almost as easy as going to Amazon and one click and you buy your product and it's delivered to you next day. I mean, it should be simply simple. I mean, there is no reason why DeFi needs to be complex and difficult to use. Then, as I said earlier, this true multi-chain integration, again, that goes back to the user experience. I mean, part of the user experience is to simplifying that multi-chain integration and operability. Users should be able to, in our opinion, to engage with whatever DeFi has to offer. It doesn't matter on which blockchain it is based or deployed, located. And thirdly, the last part of the puzzle is to offer users a curated selection of DeFi strategies that are built on top of the existing DeFi infrastructure. So we are partnering with different existing protocols that have a long-lasting, good reputation of operating in DeFi space, and we are building on top, using their smart contracts and deploying our smart contract on top, and building a DeFi strategy offerings. Moving on, a little bit about our protocol. If you'd like to experience and test a little bit yourself, just go to beta.defire.org. You will be able to see a mockup or a demo of our front end. It is far from being finalized, but you can click around. It is not connected to any smart contracts, so there is no really Web3 integration as of yet. Our developers are working on that as we speak, and on optimizing and improving the user experience. So that is going on, full speed ahead. But a little bit about the protocol and how it works. So the user simply can choose to engage with a certain strategy that is going to be available through our marketplace. They can decide to connect to our platform. Let's take an example, Shimmer network, once it is ready. Then they pick, I would like to perhaps deposit my funds from Shimmer network that I have into a strategy of my liking that happened to be deployed on Ethereum. Well, no problem. Then you just connect your wallet on Shimmer, you pick the token that you'd like to deposit. It doesn't really matter what it is. The engine that we are integrating, we are partnering with service providers, reputable service providers for multi-chain bridging and swapping. That engine will be also integrated directly into our protocol. And lastly, once the funds are then moved to the destination chain, they'll be deposited for the user into the actual strategy, and the strategy operates. The same process goes in reverse. The user decides to close their deposition, withdraw their funds back, and again they can choose which chain and what token they would like to withdraw to, and the same process takes place just in reverse. So to touch upon, just a little bit what and how it's going to look like. As I said, it's still being refined and improved upon. And the names here, they are just names picked up by our designers, graphical designers. So they are not necessarily so much into DeFi, but anyhow, so the names are just working names. They will be different strategies. As I said, we call them containers. So those containers, they will often work with multiple strategies inside. So just to illustrate one of the examples, as we call it right now, is a sort of the code name for the strategy is a stop loss Bitcoin strategy. So in that specific example, the container will have two strategies it can work with, all deployed and on the smart contract. And once deployed, it works. So the strategy will be switching from Bitcoin into stablecoin, and depending on the market context and the market condition. When the market is as it is today, Bitcoin doesn't perform so well, so the funds will be simply sitting on the sideline, deployed in a certain stablecoin offering. And once the market becomes more favorable, the strategy or the container will switch to a different strategy that gives more exposure to Bitcoin. So there'll be many more different strategies designed and deployed, and all clearly described with different risk level parameters, all clearly labeled, so the users can choose themselves what they like and what they'd like to engage with. Just a little bit more about some insights, what we think is quite cool in the protocol itself. I mean, here, if you just look at it, I mean, there may be nothing really stands out. It's not so exciting, but what we think is quite great is this possibility to deposit from directly, as I mentioned earlier, from any chain, picking any of the supported chains. Just to clarify, there will be it's not going to support any possible chain, but there will be quite many. So you'll be able to pick a chain and pick a token in your wallet. And as you can see here in this example, there is a FTM token from Binance Smart Chain depositing into into depositing ETH. So actually, the strategy that you are depositing to is going to receive ETH once the bridging and the swapping has taken place, and that's going to be integrated into our protocol directly. So no need to go to third-party websites for bridging and swapping. All will be handled by the work done by our engineers. What we also be adding quite soon after our launch, we'll be integrating social media logins. So we also partner with other providers that will be enabling, for instance, logging in with verifying yourself with a Twitter account. So instead of connecting your Web3 wallet, and that is offering especially for novice new users coming to DeFi, you can verify yourself with your Twitter account, and again you can then interact with the platform. And then you would ask, well, how somebody connecting with Twitter is going to have funds on blockchain? Well, nothing more simple than just fiat on ramp, another integration we are working on and partnering with another service provider for the fiat on ramp. So here we would like to really come across all levels of different users in terms of their experiences, novice, more seasoned. Everybody will be able to find something for themselves. So just to summarize perhaps what I just said. So what it will be a place for to achieve financial independence through DeFi. How? Yeah, it's going to be obviously achieved from this, as I said earlier, this low-touch user experience and this seamless multi-chain integration. When our MVP will launch on Polygon in Q1 next year, and throughout next year, we'll be expanding and adding strategies deployed on multiple chains, and Shimmer will be one of them once Shimmer launches. The multi-chain deposits, they'll be available from day one of our launch. And then just a little bit about the Shimmer launch and the Shimmer integration. So at the moment, we are discussing our collaboration with many other DeFi projects building on Shimmer, and some of them are actually going to be speaking right after me. As I mentioned earlier, we are building DeFi strategies on top of the existing DeFi infrastructure. So DEXs, borrowing lending protocols, they are the natural target for our collaboration and partnerships. We're going to bring this easy deposits from other EVM chains into our strategies that will be deployed on Shimmer. And lastly, Shimmer users will be also able to engage with the strategies that we'll be offering on other chains. So I believe that was my last slide. So visit our website, defire.org. You can read more about the project and find our social media and other means to get in touch with us. And looking forward to hearing from you. And thank you for letting me presenting a little bit about our project.
Yeah, thanks for dropping by and showing us what you're working with. And we'll keep in touch on the Touchpoint Discord. Where
Absolutely. Take care, and good luck with the rest of the event today.
Yeah, much appreciated. So before we bring the next one on, I actually wanted to bring up something that actually Zephyr, if you're familiar with, had brought up in the spec channel of Discord, where all the highbrow conversations happen about IOTA. So he actually introduced us to DeFire and to Collectiverse, and I think there's a slew of other protocols that he actually brought into the IOTA ecosystem. So it's really great to see someone who has maybe, 4 or 5 months ago or something like that, was not at all within the IOTA ecosystem and dove right in, and to embed himself on different teams and to pull other different teams to the IOTA space. So this is something that the Touchpoint team is particularly appreciative of, and I wanted to say it as well. So next we are going to have Tangle/ShimmerSea. This one was for ShimmerSea, and Dr. Tangle introducing what he has in store for everybody.
Very happy to be also part of this awesome year-end session. Thank you very much for the invitation, and hello to everyone who is online right now. Unfortunately, I'm not able to attend live today. So we have decided to simply record a video, and yeah, I hope this will work nicely as well. So let's get started. For those who don't know me yet, I'm Dr. Tangle, and I'm part of the TangleSwap core team. And today I have the pleasure to give you all a little bit more insights about the ShimmerSea DEX. Together with the team, we have been working on building a decentralized exchange for the Shimmer/IOTA network for over a year now. And I mean, wow, this was a crazy year. But this actually didn't affect us a lot. And we just kept heads down building and expanded our protocol and yeah, further shaped and improved it. So let's dive a little bit into the world of ShimmerSea. And as briefly mentioned at the beginning, we built a decentralized exchange for the Shimmer network, more precisely for the Shimmer EVM chain, so the smart contract layer 2. And what does this actually mean? From a very high level, you can do three things with a DEX. So first, you can exchange tokens in a decentralized way without any third party in between. So with the help of smart contracts and an automated market making algorithm, the exchange is handled completely autonomously, and users do not have to trust any centralized servers or organizations. So the users trade directly with a smart contract, which is pretty cool. Second, users can support the DEX with liquidity and earn money from the trading fees which are generated. And third, people can earn additional rewards on top through our token platform. So the protocol uses these rewards to give an additional incentive to provide liquidity. It's actually quite simple. I think in general, our vision is to develop a DEX that we would love to use ourselves. And we are a long time in the DeFi space. So we have quite some strong expectations of our own DEX. It should be fun and easy, trustworthy and safe, and most importantly, sustainable. And I think the year 2022 has shown why this is so important. And we want to provide sustainability both from an economic as well as from an environmental perspective. So after months of research, programming of new smart contracts, and a completely unique and newly developed token economic model, we are very excited to introduce it to you now piece by piece. This might be a good moment to mention that today's presentation covers only a certain part of our DEX and is very high level, but we will present the complete DEX in a white paper before launch. So what does it mean to build a new generation DEX, and what makes it so special? We think there are three main points to consider here. So first, the DEX must be decentralized, and our users must be able to fully rely on the code. So that's why we are building on a foundation that's been proven with billions of dollars. But still, just to be on the safe side, the overall protocol, as well as all smart contracts that we have developed ourselves, have been double audited. Very important point. Secondly, the entire token economic model must be sustainable and designed for different market situations. Again, this is what we have seen this year, very important. And with our new token concept, we have worked precisely exactly on this and developed something completely new. And third, our community is at the center. Our community comes first. And I think we demonstrated this a lot in the last year with our Loomies. And this was just the preparation phase. So we all will launch the DEX together. And with our fair launch concept, we build on these principles of fairness, transparency, and sustainability. So we want to move away from value extraction towards value creation. So I think these three main points will make our DEX quite special, and we see it as a next generation DEX. But how exactly can you participate in the DEX and also earn money? And there are again three main areas on how you can generate income with the DEX. So first, adding liquidity. And for this, you couple two tokens together and put them into a liquidity pool. This allows all traders to use the liquidity to trade. And a large portion of the trading fees then flow back to the users who provided that liquidity in the first place. So the user gives liquidity and earns part of the trading fees. Secondly, there are certain DEX pools that are additionally incentivized via farming. So this means that when users provide liquidity for these specific pools, they not only get the trading fees, but can also earn additional return via platform rewards. So since the DEX is using this mechanism to bootstrap liquidity, this can be especially lucrative when the pools are still small at the beginning. And third, single token staking. So for some tokens, there is an opportunity to earn additional rewards for simply holding the token. So the protocol and our partners give users rewards for holding the token longer and not selling it. So the user puts the token into a smart contract and gets reward for it. So I think these are the three main prominent ways to earn money with a DEX. And in the white paper, we might introduce some more. So now we have heard quite a lot the name protocol-owned token or reward token. And this is the native DEX token, which is used to offer additional incentives to liquidity providers. And in the case of ShimmerSea, this is the Loom token. And this token is linked to the entire token economic model of the DEX. And to be frankly, we have shared quite little about it yet. And that's because it's linked to our key innovations, which we want to only share shortly before launch. But hopefully soonish, we will publish all information about it in the white paper. So I think these are the basics about the DEX itself. And I mean, we finished these already some months ago. And one question now is, what did we do in the meantime? And I said we kept heads down building, and therefore we spent some time to work on our own NFT marketplace, which is quite cool. It actually came to our mind as we were searching for a nice home for our Loomies, and while we did this, we came to the conclusion, I mean, the Loomies feel most happy in the ShimmerSea. So let's build the marketplace and invite other Loomie friends to join. So besides the DEX and the AMM features, we are happy to onboard other NFT collections as well. And we think it fits quite well into our overall strategy, and we can support our partners even more now. So often projects have their own token and NFTs, and we are able to support both now, which is quite cool. So we are highly looking forward to this. So that's what we have built so far. So what's next for 2023? And you can imagine we are ready to launch. And as we have mentioned at the beginning, we want to do a full fair launch. So no Loom token presale, no pre-airdrop, no pre-token minting. The very first day, the very first Loom token will be created, and we will all launch the DEX together. So there are many different reasons why we do this. So let me describe just a few briefly. So we always say our community comes first, and we actually really mean this. So that's one of the main reasons why we don't do an early pre-sale, because what often happens there is that the risk is shifted away from the project towards the community. So especially when the project is still very young, there's often very little to show, and it's very difficult to evaluate the risks for the investor. So that's why we decided early on that we would bear the risk ourselves, finish in developing everything, and then everyone can see what's there at the start and decide for themselves whether they want to participate or not. So we reduce the risk for the community with this kind of approach. Another reason is that we would like to hand over the most important pool, the SMR Loom pool, completely to the community. So this means that at the fair launch liquidity event, everyone can directly get SMR Loom LP tokens and own a part of the pool. In addition, the price of Loom will be decided by the community and not by us. So there is no Loom in circulation at the time, and all users who participate in the event also have no risk of a direct sell pressure. And I think this is quite important and very, very awesome as well. But how does the fair launch work? So you can see this quite nicely in this animation. So there is a smart contract which holds a certain amount of Loom tokens, and the community can then put SMR token into the smart contract and gets SMR Loom LP token in return. So the more SMR token that flow into the smart contract, the higher the Loom price. But since the price settlement is done at the end, everyone pays the same price at the end. So, and how exactly this all works and under what conditions and which phases, we will publish in detail in a Medium article. It's already prepared. So we think this is the most transparent and fairest way to start a DEX and positions the community absolutely in a pole position at the start. Yes, so I think that's all I wanted to show you today. Thank you for your attention. I would like to finish with nice greetings from the team. We hope you enjoy the rest of the year. We can't wait to start 2023 with the full power, and get everything started with you all together. So enjoy the rest of this event, and bye-bye until next time.
Thank you for that pre-recorded Dr. Tangle. So next up, we have TangleSwap. And one thing before they jump on is what I like is that it is not that they are just two identical DEXs with different teams. They are doing fundamentally different things. TangleSwap actually had a history, which I don't know if they're going to go into, which is that they originally were writing it in a different language as well, until we decided to kind of change course onto what would be there at the launch. So I'm ultra excited to have TangleSwap here as well. And if they are in the backstage, I would invite them on. Hey, how's it going, Sevane?
Thanks a lot for having me, Adam. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. I will turn the floor over to you and take it away.
All right, thank you very much. So very excited to be here today connecting with our IOTA community, and thanks for that intro, Adam. TangleSwap, the whole universe of DeFi at your fingertips. So what do we mean by this? For those who may be for the first time hearing about us today, and those who have been following from the very first day, or who maybe have been catching up from time to time, our team initially started our journey with the idea of providing the IOTA ecosystem with a simple DEX, just bringing standard open source code that had been previously used countless times before in other ecosystems. Of course, this would have been functional, but it would have been lacking some innovation, which in our opinion is an absolutely essential ingredient, especially given the current state of development of the global crypto and Web3 space, as we have seen all of this year. So this was how After getting to know our community and acknowledging your needs and insights, we realized that TangleSwap actually was in a position to offer much, much more. And so this is how the protocol naturally evolved its overarching scope from a conventional DEX into what we like to now call a DeFi hub, which basically it's a hub consisting of 7 integrated state-of-the-art applications into one user-friendly platform, which not only enables, to the best of our knowledge, the most efficient and sustainable forms of DeFi within the entire IOTA ecosystem, but which is also importantly ready to expand its reach well beyond the current IOTA bubble, as we usually say on Discord. And a platform which is basically ready to become a catalyst to attract new users into the ecosystem and capture significant future growth of the global crypto and Web3 industry. Having stated the overall mission of the TangleSwap protocol, where are we right now in terms of development? As of today, we have fully finished our smart contracts and are undergoing an audit with Soculabs, who recently joined the Touchpoint program. And we're incredibly excited to be working with a reputable firm who has been vetted by the team at the IOTA Foundation. Let me see. In terms of front end, we're currently undergoing the final end-to-end testing, implementing the user experience feedback from the previous rounds that we have done with community members and everyone from really very crypto natives and tech savvies to your average Joes. We're basically just finalizing the implementation of this feedback. And as soon as early January of next year, we expect to complete the migration to the Shimmer EVM and start a really exciting cross-project or ecosystem-wide campaign where we will be all together, not only TangleSwap, but all of the ecosystem projects and perhaps some other new ones that haven't even been disclosed yet. Just making sure that the Shimmer EVM, before we launch it together on the Shimmer EVM mainnet. Here I have listed our suite of products. Unfortunately, I don't think we have too much time today, so I won't be going into deep detail about all of this. But I wanted to let you know that I will be teasing you a little bit with our white paper, which is finished. It's a 27-pager doc. And for all those of you who are looking forward to digging deep into the specifications of all these products, I very highly recommend that you take a good read at it once we release it, basically about a week before the campaign that I mentioned before starts. So our first 2 products are, of course, the swap and the liquidity pools, which compose the beating heart of the protocol. We're very excited to have built a mechanism that we're very confident will bring major positive impact to the DeFi scene of the IOTA ecosystem. Next up, on top of this, we also have a staking mechanism that has been 100% fully custom built. It's similar to a vote escrow mechanism that we have seen have amazingly good results in the past, but it has been redesigned with long-term sustainability and also importantly, user centricity at its core. Our fourth app would be the farms. In this one, we have enabled 2 different modalities, which again have been designed with user centricity and sustainability in mind, but also equally importantly, in the case of the farms, they also enable projects who issue tokens and digital assets to really devise and execute very different market strategies. And we believe this small but really significant feature to be essential for the long-term prospects of the DeFi, of the IOTA and Shimmer DeFi. Our fifth dApp has been the NFT staking, which is a very popular one. We're well aware that many of you in our community are looking forward to getting their hands on it. And we can say that This will be possible from the very early days when the Shimmer EVM mainnet launches with the smart contracts as well. And last, we have the token launchpad. Again, this is somewhat similar to our Forms product. And in this case, the user centricity and the flexibility will enable projects basically to launch their token with different modalities and different ways of presenting and releasing their token over time. Again, I don't want to get into the weeds with these products right now, but I very highly recommend taking a deep look at our white paper once it goes live. So here are the core 4 pillars that we have baked into all of these products, from the very early stages of idea inception and design to code execution and the development of the infrastructure. These are security, sustainability, of course, user experience, and bleeding edge tech, or simply bringing the latest innovations in the space into the IOTA ecosystem and the TangleSwap protocol. Very important to stress that we have kind of obsessed about these 4 pillars, and we have really made sure to bake them in at every level of the applications. And last, I think I will finish by teasing you about the upcoming reveals. As I mentioned, lots of content that we have prepared for our community, for the IOTA community, and we're just holding on to the next milestone of the Shimmer EVM testing campaign, basically this cross-project campaign that I mentioned before, to release this into the wild. Here we have the white paper, which I have open in here. As I mentioned, a 27-pager doc that goes into details about everything that there is to know about TangleSwap, really. I'll just quickly show the table of contents so that you all know what to expect from this document. And it can get a bit technical, but at times, so that all of you that want to get deep into the specifications have all the content they need. But really, it's a very readable document, and we believe you're absolutely gonna love it. This white paper will be released about a week before the ecosystem-wide campaign that we mentioned before, where we will be publicly end-to-end testing not only the TangleSwap protocol, but many others that are also launched on the Shimmer layer 2, Shimmer EVM. And last but not least, we have the solution to a question that we have been asked so many times, which is when there's going to be a profile picture for TangleSwap. So here we have it, the PFP project, our souls. Importantly, these are not going to be for sales, but rather they have been designed and they're going to be distributed as a reward for engagement, both past and future. So stay tuned for these updates. And that's it for today. Thank you very much for listening to us, and very much looking forward for what 2023 has in store for us. Stay tuned.
Yeah, thanks. That's all extremely exciting. So next, we're pivoting a bit from DeFi. Now we're moving into crypto gaming, and this takes a couple forms. Sometimes it's games like Axie Infinity, which sometimes feel a little bit more like you are just going through the motions, and the gaming element isn't really there. This evolved a little bit with things like Crobata on Avalanche and Sunflower Farms, I think the name is, on Polygon. And we actually have our own suite of games being built on IOTA. And like I said earlier, we have this gaming alliance where the people who are making games kind of brainstorm and they figure out what things are going to work. And this is also, if you may not realize this, but in particularly East Asia and Southeast Asia, crypto gaming is also kind of it gets a little bit bigger deal than it is where maybe in Europe, in the US. And this is also on a biz dev kind of hint thing, an area that we're also kind of looking into to see how it makes sense to kind of penetrate those markets and try to be there as well. So without further ado there, I will actually bring up one of our gaming projects that had a recent pivot that they might talk about. This is JR Studio.
Hey, Adam.
Jonas, the floor is yours.
Hey, how's it going, man? First off, thanks, Adam, for that intro. And thanks to IOTA and Shimmer and Touchpoint for having us here at the end of year event. And you're absolutely right, man. Yeah, we here actually let me start my presentation. Share my screen. One sec. All right. Just make sure that everybody can see that. So we are JR Studio, a platform as a service for gaming studios. Simplify backend development and focus on your vision is our motto. And interestingly enough, we started out with our first. Actually, sorry. Let me say a little bit about our team. Neil Peters is our CEO and co-founder, our technical lead. He's got over 18 years of experience in the DevOps and IT industry, along with a robust experience in blockchain. Same goes for Marco Colaco, our COO and co-founder. Same goes for him. He's been in blockchain since 2016. The two of them have collaborated for the last 3 years on various projects. I myself am the CEO with my expertise in PR, copywriting, all things creative. Along with us, we have a group of game developers and blockchain devs that in total, when you add up their experience in game development and blockchain, it adds up to like 80 years total. So when we first started our mission, it was to create games and really to solve an issue. You actually kind of touched on it a bit. There's this discrepancy between Web 2 and Web 3 gaming, and you see it written about a lot where they look at Web 2 gamers and Web 3 gamers as like separate entities. Like, for instance, you just mentioned in Asia, where Web 2 gaming is looked at almost like a job, and a lot of the games over the last year whose economies really have faltered, I think the main reason is because the games are centered around the financial elements, right? They kind of reel users in with reward systems that are really bloated and unsustainable. And the games themselves, like earlier you mentioned, there are a lot of click to play and click and wait, and really just focus on clicking and earning. So the way we saw it, this is a big issue, and we wanted to create games that are back to the traditional classic games that are fun to play, where there's still some sort of reward element. And our games, the Jungle Race games, there's actually a set of 4 of them. There's still NFT systems where you need NFTs to play and earn and really be able to extract value from our game, in between our games. And really, this has been something I'd say harped on a lot during today's entire end of your presentation. But it's not just the IOTA and Shimmer ecosystem, but we were looking to create a multi-chain game that can easily be accessed by anybody, any gamer, no matter what their preference may be. So yeah, we know that the overall blockchain gaming market is it's taken a hit, let's say, because of the obvious conditions that we're in right now. But in order for it to reach the heights that we all know it can, we have to be able to bring Web 2 gamers across. And to us, that is creating games that are more familiar, more easy and fun to play, and centered on just creating a fun experience. So we actually did that. Last year, our main focus was creating a demo of our first game, which is Jungle Air Races. And we actually have that available upon request right now. And hopefully by the end of the year, that will be out in the Microsoft Store. It's a single player demo, and it's not currently integrated, but will be multi-chain integrated, obviously. So that actually brings us to our pivot. The turning point for us was in building our own game is that we've gotten it to the point that it's at, and we realized that our devs began struggling, or not even began, but there's so much that goes into building a game, and when you add the blockchain into it, it's an added complexity. And what we realized is that our devs are spending over 40% of their time dealing with the back end of game development, and not the actual user-facing game experience. So what we decided to do is we interviewed some peers in the industry and startup studios like ourselves, first and second time developers, and we realized that they're all struggling with the same thing. There's so many different integrations that go into developing a game, especially on the back end, that sometimes with a startup, you don't have the team or the resources to do everything yourself. So you either have to code everything from scratch or outsource for each one of these integrations separately. And there's a lot of time wasted and a lot of effort, and it really takes away from the focus of creating a great user experience and like focusing on, you know, what you want to portray or what you want to come across in your game. So one of the things, for instance, Neil, who's our tech lead in IT, the importance of reuse, standardization, and automation. This is what we wanted to bring into our solution. Sorry, again, I talked a bit about the problem there as well. But our solution, which is simplifying the whole process for the game dev, and that's from the beginning, not only just in creating the back end of the game, but in running it, and running the operations, in security, so that the focus can really just stay on creating the best user experience. And what we've come up with is Roots, which is a platform as a service, an all-in-one development platform that touches on 5 main pillars, which is multiplayer services, full 24/7 operations and management, data and analytics, and then off-chain and on-chain security measures, and then we finish it off with a full suite of blockchain services. And I think what's really important to grasp with our platform is that there's actually there's other projects that do like 1 or 2 of the things that we do. Like for instance, Forte is one of the big ones. They just had a huge raise, some like 700 million, but they really only focus on blockchain. Same thing with ChainSafe. And what we're trying to do is capture the Web 2 game developer, right? And with a suite of tools that they already need, that's going to make their life easier. That's going to give a first and second time studio the chance to create the same kind of quality games without the same resources, the same team that a major studio would be able to do, but basically all from one place. And then whether the game's creating a blockchain game or a standard game, once they're on our platform, they're going to have the blockchain element there waiting for them when they are ready to make that, I want to say, inevitable move. So yeah, our aim is to capture the Web 2 gamers and give them like an easy bridge or segue into Web 3. Also, that again, our revenue model for our platform reflects that. For first and second time developers or just startups, we have a freemium model, so they could kind of just get in and get their roots set. Again, the platform's called Roots. That's the point. Get their foundation set and have everything up and running, and then you know, the model, the services advance as you advance from basic to advanced. Basically, again, our this can't be done alone, right? We have IOTA and Shimmer, and it's been amazing being part of the program. But our vision is multi-chain, and we're utilizing partners for different components of our platform. We also have 4 studios that we're partnered with already, and we're building out different parts of our platform in phases. So for instance, currently we just kicked off development on the UX, and the first component, which is multiplayer services, we're going to be building that up with the games that we have signed on. So I guess this is a call out to any game devs that might be in need of these services and want to get assistance while helping us build out the platform. Another thing to note is that the platform is modular. So we're starting building out multiplayer services, but each component will be easily integrated. Something I forgot to mention is the way that we're actually cutting down development time is we're going to have SDKs that cut the coding down. For instance, an example of a multiplayer services, whereas standard coding for multiplayer services might be like 200 to 300 lines of code. With our solution, it'll be like 20 to 30 lines. And it won't be cookie cutter. This will all be custom. There'll be like a short implementation phase where, depending on the team and their skill, our team will help them implement our solutions. But basically after that, it's like a set it and forget it type of deal with, like, for instance, like one of the security measures would be like auto healing. A lot of game studios overlook security totally to begin with. So really what we're allowing is small time and medium-sized game studios to be able to basically have all the tools at hand from one place to be able to build high quality games and really have the support that they need to get them running and keep them running and have their foundation set for success. So if anybody wants to reach out in terms of, again, partnering as a game studio or even collaborating to build out our platform, we are more than happy to partner and actively looking. So other than that, man, thank you for your time and thank you to the community. And I'll hand the floor back over to you.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, it's a very exciting project you have going on. And it's good to see the platform also being built as opposed to just, I mean, the games are good. Game platforms are also necessary to help kind of set this rocket ship in motion. So moving on, the next the category will be infrastructure. And this can mean a lot of different things. So in the ecosystem, this might be something like an Oracle or an indexer or even a stable coin. But sometimes it also just means the protocols themselves who are building, they might be building a library. They might be building anything that kind of is a force multiplier and enables other people to do cool stuff. One of those that we have coming up is a storage solution. And what I like about infrastructure personally is that it's kind of like a good marker for how healthy an ecosystem is, because it's the obvious targets are when an ecosystem comes out or to make a DEX or to make an NFT marketplace. But there is some type of, I think, labor of love that goes into some of these infrastructure things that are being made that help other people build out the ecosystem in a vibrant, robust way. And with that, I will bring on our infrastructure team to talk about their project. Hey, Dennis, the floor is yours.
Hey, good evening, good morning, good afternoon. Is everything okay with the sound?
Yep, it's going good. I'm just letting you.
Okay, good. Yeah, it was somewhere switching. Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much, Adam, for the opportunity to have a small, well, let's say, not a presentation today. No, let's not call it like that. Let's call it the experience that we are talking about Pipe. A Pipe is built by Tangle Hub, our research and development company. So what are we going to do with Pipe? Pipe is unlocking the power of decentralized storage. And this is the beginning of Web3. This is not only Web2, but also Web3, because we need the decentralized storage to make sure that your data is safe, that there's no single point of failure. All those advantages that we need to be decentralized, but also to own your own data, is a very important stepping stone towards all other applications that we saw just before that can also be built, right? So let's move on, because I'm hyped and I hope that I can get you along with it and also get the experience for it. Okay, let's go. So Pipe is a decentralized storage and data transfer backend. And this has been in development for almost 4 years, where we have been building, testing, thinking out new ways from, okay, how can we make sure that everything works? We come from a background that we said from, okay, our first thing was Ion, where we did a peer-to-peer video communication tool. Very super cool. Moved along towards Skady, where we did eHealth, where we also learned a lot from it. And yeah, everything came together at one point where we said from, yes, we are good in backend infrastructure. Let's make sure that a lot of other people can also use this and make it bigger than life. That's our vision, right? And it's built on a heavy modified Tangle. So we stripped the consensus, we made some tweaks to it, and that makes it guaranteed that you can store data, but also transfer data in a parallel situation, but also making sure that you can store and send very fast and also download very fast. So upload and download has to be fast. It has to be available at every time, and that's super important, right? Because we all know the early competitors, they are still in, but I can guarantee you that we have already surpassed them with speed and with all kinds of other nice developments. So our vision was always that we need a one-stop shop, that everything within that backend infrastructure can work for everybody. Why am I saying this? Because you don't want to skip, maybe you want permanent storage, but you have to go to somebody, and then you have to have a paid storage and go anywhere else. Not doable. You want to have it all correct. So is decentralized storage the best? If we look back, no, not really, not yet, but until now. Now is the time. Now's the time to showcase what we have been building. Now's the time to demonstrate what Pipe is all about. We had recent bottlenecks within the field of decentralized storage, integration, lack of computing utility, performance assurance, self-service capabilities that were not really doable. All that is now gone. And not like gone that we say from no, it's not even there. No, we kicked it. We kick-assed it. So I just told you, if you want to store something temporarily, you can use IPFS. If you need something to store on a fixed amount of time, you can use Filecoin. If you want to store something permanently, you need Arweave. Come on, where is this going? We are going all over the place. No, we need one backend that can do everything, and that is Pipe. Pipe is going to deliver all three variables in one backend and more. So what is Pipe going to bring to the table? Is it the decentralized storage, right? It has control over your cost. Your security will be boosted because you can even go to quantum security. So you set the table. You are your own, let me say, customer. You can say for yourself, okay, I want small security, but I want a high throughput, or I want a normal throughput, but I want a very secure way of storing and transferring the data. It is all possible. You as the customer can adapt to what you need. It is not like all the others where you have to use it from their point of perspective. No, you choose it, and that's how it's going to be. It makes sure that you have your privacy. And what's more important, or maybe even the best thing about it, it is easy integratable. And that is super important because you want to have one line of code. And with that one line of code, you can transfer all that data that was stored somewhere else into Pipe. That makes it very easy, also for developers. And that is how Pipe is. Pipe is flexible, decentralized data storage. It has the performance, it has the security and the scalability for every use case. So we can talk about every use case that we have at this point where we say, okay, we can do it in a private network, we can do the energy transition, the smart cities, the IoT sensor networks where we have all those kind of data, and the smart architect, NFTs, GameFi. I just saw my last speaker before me. You need to store some safe data, store it on Pipe. You know that you have no single point of failure. You don't have to rely on Amazon, S3, or whatsoever. No relying on IPFS where they have like one gateway or two gateways. No, actual decentralized storage with a high scalability and with a very good throughput. So that is our storage, where also, of course, the paid storage comes, right? And the paid storage is, of course, with the Pipe token. the Airbnb for decentralized storage. That's how we call it. And you see a little bit of those little coins, but it should be showing some kind of a distributed database. And if you have the coin, you have the storage. So it's basically you have the power. You don't have to make any, let me say, any impossibilities to get something or do something else. We will make sure that everything is very adaptable in every sense of the way. But I think most of this is already known for a lot of people, but what's not really known is the roadmap. So without further ado, let's go to Ash. And then I see that I forgot to share my screen. And let's do this right now. I'm sorry, guys. I did something that I was so hyped that I forgot about it. Doesn't matter. This is the super important level. This is the Tangle Hub roadmap. Here you can see everything that has been built from Pipe. This is a roadmap with the Pipe RS, where you can go to the Pipe Mono repo, get in, see everything. Everything is already there. Nothing has been in all kinds of sense of something that doesn't count. We are Freighter, Pipe Node, WASM, fast streaming commands, browser SSL also ready to go. But also very important to tell you, when we have this, everybody should also know that you should experience this. And that is super important, because if we can't experience it, you will say to me, well, yeah, what is he selling? I'm not selling it, I'm giving it to you. Guys, when something, now is the time. Let's go. Demo time. Here we go. Here you see we are connected. We have like a very small application set up where we can go everywhere. We can use the light screen or the black screen, doesn't matter. You can all try it out. Don't worry, you can all try it out. You can generate a seed. When you generate a seed, you go over. You see here that you are connected with a green globe. Go to upload files. And when you upload files, you say, well, okay, let's do it. Let's go to 500 kilobytes of files. And it's going to upload in a very fast and simple way. And it's already done. But now comes the kicker, because uploading is always a lot slower than downloading. We know that, right? But let's see how fast this goes. Bam, it's done. It's already there. It's already downloaded. And if you say, well, but yeah, that's just one file, Dennis. Multiple files. How is this? No problem. Let's go. Multiple files are uploading while we are still talking, and they are coming in. And when they are coming in, they are also indexed. So there is no problem about how this is going, right? It's all available in a few seconds, where we can say, okay, we have all, and voila, upload it. And then you want to download it again, download it, bam, bam, bam. It's downloaded. All has been downloaded, and you can try it yourself, experience it. It is all encrypted. I already see it somewhere in the, you can share files, but listen, guys, this is a backend infrastructure. We are demonstrating this for you to showcase that it works, that there is a product behind it. You can try it out also for yourself. We have also a visualizer where you can go. Only the visualizer can go everywhere. But what's more important, that you now see and now can go towards the real thing. Backend infrastructure, downloads, uploads. You have your decentralized storage, and it is anchored towards layer 1, IOTA or Shimmer. So this is going to be very interesting times. And I hope that you all going to try it out. Here you see it. Try it out. You can do whatever you want. Don't go into gigabytes. Try it out with small files until maybe 50 megabytes, just to show how fast it goes, what's going to bring it. Can you go multiple files? It's all about showing and not only telling right now for us. And this is it. So hopefully with this, we are first delivering our promise, because we promised something that would be built and that would be developed and that it would be integratable. It is also our goal. Our goal is to make sure that we have the fast decentralized storage. And as last, our gift to you, to the community, try it out. You can all go towards it. It will be there for a long time. So please go for it. I thank you all. And please sign up on TangleSwap.eu. If you want to know more, there's a blog series where you see all the cool features built into it. If you are a developer, get in touch with us on the socials, on Discord, and we can help you also to get a private invitation to our GitHub repo. And of course, yes, it will all be open source, but more testing with our projects that we have invited and that also came to us. And from that point on, we will move forward in Q1 with our pipe token. And yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dennis. That's ultra exciting what you have building, and I'm looking forward to see what kind of crazy things people are actually going to do with it.
Yeah, I'm super interested. I'm super
okay.
Hard.
Well, let's move on from infrastructure. Next thing we're going to talk about is incubation. This might not mean much for many of the people in the crowd if you're not used to going through funding cycles and figuring out how to actually turn your idea into a real project. But the truth is, there are millions of great ideas, but without funding, they will just stay ideas. They will be in just the idea that someone thinks about when they wake up, and then without ever being able to really develop it out because they have a full-time job or something like that, or it can only be done on a hobby level. But luckily in our ecosystem, we already have the mechanisms being built up to help fund promising projects and to make it to where people who have kind of their dream of what they want to build on IOTA be able to turn into reality. I'm going to keep this one short. I'm going to go ahead and invite Nakama Labs on and let them give their spiel.
Hey, thanks for inviting me on. Hopefully, so yeah, thanks for inviting me on. Just figured I'd explain a little bit about Nakama, and if we've got time, I'll run through some kind of like recent events in the Web3 space. So for those that don't know me, my name is Rob Dakin, also known as Cappy. I've been a part of the community since 2017, when IOTA first got listed on Bitfinex. Also been like super interested in decentralized finance because my prior role was in traditional finance, where I worked in private equity for just over 15 years. And yeah, off the back of being an investor in a platform called Etherland, which turned into Aave, I then got interested in compound and yield farming and decentralized finance. I went right down the rabbit hole there. And off the back of that, I've had the opportunity to co-found Nakama. And essentially what Nakama is, as Adam mentioned, we provide investment for Web3 applications, but we also build applications ourselves, and we partner with teams that are looking to build applications in this space. Right now we're focusing on a Shimmer, and the reason why we're focusing on Shimmer, there's a number of reasons. One, I think it's a space that's being like doesn't seem to be a huge amount of focus, so we feel like we can take advantage of kind of like some of the lower hanging fruit to provide assistance for teams to build applications on Shimmer. But also the kind of the architecture around Shimmer is really interesting. Shimmer EVM being built on Shimmer Layer 1, which allows for feeless creation of NFTs and assets, and feeless transfers of those assets is very unique, and a USP we think that can be harnessed in the future. I spoke about it before. Maximum extractable value can be positive, it can be negative. Some of the negative sides of MEV is when you're using a DEX, having your transactions front run or back run or sandwich attacked. Essentially, it's like a hidden tax that users of DEXs are having to pay on other ecosystems, which won't be possible for MEV attacks to occur on Shimmer because the order consensus is randomized rather than on an auction process. Also, the large community, like everyone listening to this video and watching it back, can they'll hopefully take part in this ecosystem. And I think it's one of the largest ecosystems to date which hasn't had access to Web3 dApps. So like we're really excited to kind of work with teams to provide that opportunity to the IOTA community. So I'm hoping everyone will take advantage of that and really educate yourselves in this space. And the last advantage I think as well is with the order consensus on Shimmer Layer 1, it gives IOTA and the Shimmer team the capability of launching new smart contract chains in the future to become future-proof. So right now they're looking to launch Shimmer EVM, but in the future they could launch other smart contract chains with other smart contract languages that may be more efficient, more secure. I mean, right now Shimmer EVM and Solidity is king. It's the most widely adopted language in smart contracts, but I imagine in the future more efficient languages will take over, and so Shimmer and IOTA is well positioned to adapt and take advantage of those opportunities. So to tell you a bit more about Nakama, there's 15 of us right now. Sorry, just got my dust it. Darling, I'm just on a presentation, okay? You're hungry, are you? I'll be with you in a minute, okay, darling? Sorry, that's my youngest daughter. So yeah, to tell you a bit more about Nakama, there's 15 full-time employees right now. The majority of them are coders and based out in South America. We also have partnerships with other teams. So where we're building a lot of applications right now, it's not possible to do that all within one team. We do partner with other teams. And as I mentioned before, we do make investments into other Web3 teams. So if you're a team looking for investment, feel free to hit me up either on like Twitter or send me an email. Our website address is nakama.io, and you can find contact details for us on there. Two dApps that I do want to talk about right now that we're building is Defi.finance, which is a lending market. So you'll be able to either provide liquidity for lending or take up borrowing positions on over-collateralized positions on Deeper, very similar to Compound. In fact, it's a Compound fork. And the second application that we're building is called Accumulator. And as the name suggests, it's a yield aggregator. So you can essentially compound the interest on LP pairs on DEXs, for example. Other things that I just wanted to cover kind of briefly is like, I appreciate that this year's been like a really challenging time, not just for crypto, but within the Web3 space. I'm particularly focusing on like DeFi. We've had, the Luna UST collapse. We've had 3AC collapse. And then the contagion from that event, which is, eventually caused the likes of BlockFi, FTX, and also Anamada to collapse. I think there's a lot of lessons that can be learned, and we at Nakama, we're always looking to like learn from our own mistakes. But if we can learn from other people's mistakes, then we'll be in a much better position. So I think the learnings that we take out from the last year is that within sort of Web3, including DeFi, we need to improve and be a lot better at a number of different aspects. So from creating more sustainable tokenomics, like matching emissions of tokens with like revenue sharing models is really important, so that the utility token has real value. We need to provide a lot more education to investors so they really understand like how is a yield calculated on like a DeFi token. If you're unclear on where it's coming from, you're likely to be the yield. But also to be able to complete like sufficient due diligence on projects so they can mitigate some of the risk themselves in investing in some of these projects. I think we need a lot better like UI UX To date, like DeFi, it doesn't have a huge amount of traction. It's only really catering to a really small part of the market. And I think if we want the likes of like Web3, NFTs, GameFi, DeFi to really get a large amount of traction in the sort of the Web2 space, we need to be focusing probably a lot more on like the user interface. And like I can imagine like my mum or dad using any of the applications right now that's on the market, and so we want to kind of transition into that position. And I think as well, taking into consideration like UI UX, we also need to build out better infrastructure so that things like non-custodial wallets have like better features like via on and off ramps, and again like better UI UX. And I think by combining a lot of those learnings, we can really bring on the next wave of users. And I think the next wave of users is probably going to come from like centralized exchanges. I think what we've seen with like Celsius and FTX, there's been with them kind of breaking down, we've seen a lot more investors take their crypto off exchanges onto their wallets. And it's like, how can we now provide like a better user experience in those wallets and provide access to the Web3? But yeah, I still see that there's a huge opportunity in this space. And so, yeah, really looking forward to the future and what we can build together.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Rob, for your presentation and for showing up. I'm going to cut my interlude here very short because we are a little crunched for time. So the next we have Zentangle and Gianfranco talking about NFTs. Come on up. And the floor is yours, and welcome.
Hi, hello. Yeah, my name is Gianfranco Campos. For those who don't know me, I started in crypto back in 2016 with one Bitcoin miner, and then a few months later, withdrawing from it because I hit the hard reality that it's not sustainable. Then in 2017, I heard about IOTA, and then I started to join the ecosystem casually. I was working back then as system engineer for a municipal government here in Alberta, Canada. And then in 2018, I started to work more hands-on with IOTA streams. And then through this journey, I learned about more IOTA and crypto. And that was kind of the seed to start what is today Signal Technologies and all the work that we are doing in different with different technologies. So we're working with Web3 and Web2 development. We're also doing artificial intelligence modeling, 3D modeling and integrations, and then also IoT design and development as well. For the first one, for Web3 and Web2 development, our flagship project right now is Zentangle, which is an initiative to capture human attention for the training of artificial intelligence with a chance of getting rewards through crypto or with the crypto industry, such as NFTs and tokens. In the case of AI modeling, we are building an annotation tool that it's as well part of Zentangle. So it's the first of a kind, and the idea is to finance the project through the NFTs, through token sales, but also to create an economy through annotations, because thanks to the feeless nature of IOTA, we can monetize the activities that the annotators, in this case, persons or people who are identifying objects within a video, within an image, or a data set. So by capturing that attention and by monetizing it, we can create a revenue stream for them and also for the platform and for the DAO that we are setting up. So that project is Zentangle, and yeah, as part of Zentangle, we are also creating a 3D environment for the users to benefit from it, to enjoy and share the art and the NFTs that are transacted through the platform. And as Signal Technologies, we also, as I mentioned, we started early on with IOTA streams, and we gathered experience around IoT. So we continue designing IoT and developing IoT from the firmware and software perspective, but not from the manufacturing, just to emphasize. The team is spread all over the globe. We have team members in Turkey, in South America, Peru, in Mexico, Canada. We also have in Chile. We have one in Korea, someone else in Japan, and we adjust all different time zones. So it's quite challenging and also enriching experience for all of us. Yeah, we have grown over the last years, and right now we're looking to expand the development capacity of the team as well. So regarding NFT marketplace, one of the core ideas behind our NFT marketplace and what we want to differentiate from others is how to increase quality when there is no friction around fees for mining. And this challenge is inherent from the nature of IOTA and Shimmer, where fees are either super low or non-existent. Even with the storage deposit, at the end of the day, you have the chance to complete the transaction and get back the funds. So there is the need of curating this art on Ledger, on chain, in a decentralized way. So we think that the first submission it's based on draft and proposals for the collections of the NFTs. Then these NFTs are processed by the community, by the DAO members, to define what it's going to become an NFT. And then once they confirm the subset of potential NFTs, they also go through the process of determining what should be featured and what should be highlighted as part of the proposal of the marketplace. And the main or the driving interest behind all of this is that it's going to benefit the members because they are going to get rewards by analyzing and filtering this out, while keeping the quality at a high level for the ecosystem. Regarding data annotation as well, this is part of Zentangle, and the liaison is, okay, we are talking about human attention. So we give the option for members of the community to also annotate images to train artificial intelligence and build their reputation, so they get more rewards by becoming better annotators. And at the same time, they have a separate reputation for becoming, let's say, NFT art critics or critics of the NFTs that are minted through the platform. So that's in a nutshell what we are doing for Zentangle, and this is sort of the roadmap. So we have worked on interactive 3D art, the feeless auction that we released early on this year, NFT staking with the ID even before Stardust, and we are currently working on, obviously, Shimmer payments, NFT trading, minting, voting, 3D gallery that I've shown short video, the token distribution, and DAO Foundation. And other things that are also upcoming are EVM smart contracts once are released, and the data annotation marketplace and reputation management for the platform. Another project that we are onboarding with Signal Technologies, and this is expanding on the Zentangle presentation, is that we are part of the effort to have the Ledger wallet, the Ledger Live wallet for IOTA and Shimmer. This will impact more than 10 million users that are currently the market share of Ledger users, and they will have the chance to use the Ledger wallet as an option to the other two existing wallets, which are Firefly and Tangle Pay. So we have already developed the sync, send, and receive tokens. We are currently troubleshooting the sending feature. The project itself has been challenging because debugging this type of platforms and the security for Ledger is very onerous. But yeah, we are doing our best and hitting the right milestones. We are very excited for the outcome and the things that we are seeing in the backend right now. So this, I think it's something that's coming and that's going to have good impact on the IOTA ecosystem. And finally, just to close up with agriculture, we are working with different companies and partners to improve farming through automation monitoring, computer vision, and machine learning. So those are ongoing projects, are more long-term projects, but are part of our core objectives. And indeed, the need of Zentangle came up from the problematics or the our findings in the agriculture sector. So everything links back, even when sometimes seems very complex and broad, but we keep all of that in mind when setting up our solutions. So again, we have worked already with IoT devices on site and that are in production here in Alberta, Canada. We're working with Lethbridge College also to expand the IoT monitoring, cattle monitoring, and computer vision, digital twins, and AI-based forecasting. And I mention this because at the end of the day, what we want to do is to push IOTA technology into these type of solutions to have a tangible impact in the industry and also a practical application of the characteristics or features that IOTA has. So it was I ran through the presentation as much as I can, and thank you so much for the chance and the time.
Thank you very much. That all seems very cool, and I really like how many different things that Zentangles kind of seem tackling at the same time. So our last category is payments, and this is one that I actually feel personally pretty bullish on, not necessarily as a matter of price speculation, but fulfilling maybe the visions of crypto. After all, in the beginning, the Satoshi white paper, that the title of it talks about a peer-to-peer way to transfer money. And so this is also something that in the beginning, everyone thought that this was going to be one of the major use cases until we found out that you had to wait a long time for your transactions to be confirmed or finalized, and that transaction costs were going up. So it seems like with some of the IOTA tech, some of this seems a little bit more feasible. And the last group that we're bringing up is tackling just this type of thing, building on IOTA tech and making a payments portal. Originally they were called IOTA Payment Portal, and now they have rebranded to Mosquito Pay. So I will bring them up and they can tell their story.
Hello, Adam. Thank you for the invitation first.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for coming on. The floor is all yours.
Thank you. I also want to thank you the whole community, the Touchpoint guys, Adam, Christian, the TangleSwap guys who are always pushing, Ani, and also Adrian from Southern Germany. Yes, how Adam just told, our brand new name is Mosquito Pay. Just very shortly told, what are we doing? We have a real-life adoption of the technique, of the latest technique, third generation of blockchain, the Tangle technique. It's green, it's fast, it's nice. We want to make it possible to use it for everybody who has daily payments with physical coins, like in the Middle Ages. You need coins, you don't have them. If you have them, you don't have enough of them. You get annoyed of having coins, need them, some coins. The machine, the coin switch is sometimes damaged, it's vandalized, some chewing gum is in the slot, you cannot use it, and so on. It's expensive for the park house owner, for the car wash owner to maintain it, to replace it. So our development is focusing on this. We want to replace the physical coins. We are focusing on the micropayments, up to 50 euro, but mostly below 10 euros. I begin with our team. I begin with Carlos. Carlos is a electronic engineer. He's the responsible guy for the design of the electronic hardware. Dimas is the expert for the coding, for the blockchain coding, good man. Arif is located in Istanbul. He's expert for IT solutions, for safety. He's working for over than 10 years, 15 years in the banking branch. He's experienced in high-level safety. And last but not least, me, I'm a mechanical engineer working in the special engineering branch, and just making the business idea, the marketing, and of course, kind of consulting for legal stuff and taxing stuff. We don't want to go to jail because of money laundering. We just want to realize a win-win effect for the whole humans, for the society, and also for the businessmen who just run the daily payments, like in a bus shop, in the bus, in the park house, in the car wash, and so on. Okay, next slide. Our vision and mission. Yeah, we are focusing on building a green point of sale, POS. Why the Tangle is green? You are going to see it in the pictures I'm going to show. We are using by purpose e-paper displays because they have the lowest energy consumption. Yeah, just read the sentences later. I have some more slides to show. What are the benefits of our payment portal, Mosquito Pay payment portal? Instant transactions within 2 seconds. We tested a lot. We could also make real-life monitoring possible, so that the owner of this payment portal sees, okay, when is where paid. We compared, very important point, compared to coin payments, physical coin payments, not the crypto coins, the physical coin payments, we are at least 50% cheaper. Compared to the credit card payments, we are also at least 50% cheaper. Where's the business idea? Of course, some profit share against the client who is parking in the park house. He should get some discount. Of course, towards the owner of the park house, for example, or car wash, or the bus company, they also should get some profit share for make some RP implementation in their existing machines, for example. Yeah. What we developed is pay for time, but pay for action and pay for energy is fully doable. We are a team of experts and engineers for automation. How would pay for energy look like? Typically at a charging station for electrical vehicle, or for metering system in every apartment worldwide. So you use some water. Inside the metering system is a payment module. Is the metering integrated, of course. It measures how much water you use. This is a standard, but we have it connected to the internet with a Wi-Fi module, for example, or LTE. Then you just, at every liter you use, you just pay some cents automatically. And then your balance of your flat, you must prepay your balance of your flat. And if it's done, if it's used, then you have no energy, no water, and no gas, for example. This is doable. This is cool because with this one, apartment property owners have much less work in the end of the year with the calculation of the energy consumption. Yeah, next one. We have the issuing of the receipts is a waste of paper in my point of view. For small piece of bread, you get the receipts. We have some digital handout of the receipts, paperless, developed. It's not a big advantage for the environment. For the tax declaration and exchange rate risks, we have developed some seriously good solutions. The payment, the business owner who is running our payment portal has no single risk of exchange rate increase or decrease. Decrease is, of course, kind of shit. The money gets lost. But the increase is also not so easy to handle because the tax office will ask you to pay more taxes and so on, and you have to declare it. So the best stuff is you don't have both of them, and we found a solution for it. Yeah, you can also integrate the Mosquito Pay into your point of sale with API integration, with hashed API integration, which is safety level of banks, just like mentioned. Yes, that's the point. Yeah, possibly you don't need a bank account. This is future thinking, but maybe it's not too far away. You don't need the classical bank. All the classical traditional banks include the wallets into the bank account. Adoption of advantages from cryptocurrencies. Yeah, there are plenty of. One big advantage is, of course, you don't need the physical coins and you don't need the plastic cards for the credit cards. You just need your smartphone. This is the biggest advantage for everybody in the everyday usage. And of course, no coin searching, no vandalism. These are quickly explained, all the advantages. What we think could change some business ideas, some businesses. And yeah, let's look what future brings for all of us. This, dear community, is our most valuable thing. This is our prototype. On the left side, we designed it first in the CUT program. Yeah, just make a plan. In the middle, we had the electrical and mechanical build up. And on the right side, we have the software ramp up. We just installed the libraries on the computer, which is blurred by purpose. It just ran. At the moment, it's down because we have some updates and make bug fixings. But this is our prototype. We made the software, we made the IT infrastructure, we made the safety, we made the legal and tech stuff, and we made the physical real-life adoption. Here you are. Of course, make it as nice as a smartphone is something different. This is a prototype. It's nice enough for the prototype. Don't wonder. Maybe we are going to have a much more beautiful prototype soon, hopefully. Yes. The roadmap. On the topest line, you see the keys. The green ones are the achieved dones, and the without the green surrounding are the future targeted achievements. What we did, we built up the team. We started as a small team, Carlos and me, as a kind of a hobby 3 years ago, but we steadily made self-education in the IOTA.wiki. Someday we joined, it was 6 months ago, we joined the Touchpoint, where we got great support from TangleSwap team, from Ani, for great technical support. Adam and Christian made some matchmakings. This is what we did until now. What we are doing in the future are the API implementation that we could possibly implement the payment portal, the Mosquito Pay, into existing POS machines. Then the guy at the cash or the girl at the cash register would ask cash or credit cards or IOTA payment. Very simple. As soon as, of course, the electrical euro comes or the stable euro comes on Firefly wallet or on any exchange wallet, we can also accept some euro stable coins. This is the point. Okay. Just have a close look at the slide. Maybe you can afterwards press on when the YouTube video is saved, press on pause and have a closer look. Of course, we are also looking for the receipts that to be carbon positive. Yeah, This is very important nowadays. We see it in recent time, not to waste too much energy. And all in all, we want to have a win-win situation for the whole market, so that the payment should not consume too much fees. Yeah. For detailed questions, just come back to us anytime. Yeah, this was. I hoped I didn't rush too quickly. I hoped I spoke clearly enough. Contact us on info@mosquitopay.io or on Instagram, but don't wonder, these pages are not filled with information yet. We are just working on the marketing. Until now, we strongly focus on the technical achievements, and this was quite a big mountain to climb on. Thank you for listening.
Yeah, thank you for coming on and presenting. You have the honor of being the last presenter here, and I will see you back in the Touchpoint Discord. And I would like to pull up Antonio if he's around, which of course he is. He's always lurking.
Always lurking, always lurking. So thank you very much, Yücel. It was a great pleasure. What a event! What for an event from start to end. I think the excitement was high. We had IOTA Foundation members and almost or totally spin-off teams talking and updating us about what's to come. And of course, we had support and the pleasure to have also Touchpoint projects here with us and showcasing what they're doing, what they've done, and what's coming. So for me, it was a really great event. How was it for you, Adam?
Yeah, it was good. Go ahead.
Besides the awesome backgrounds and memes.
Yeah, there's some good memes floating around there. So it was good because even some of these Touchpoint projects were presenting things beyond what my current knowledge of them was. So because this is my job to kind of keep track and to have a good feel for what's going on in the ecosystem, I found it really great. I got to dive into Pipes Visualizer and see and play around with that. That was really cool. Yeah, but it was really great to see everybody coming around. And I think probably everyone in the community would realize that it's really coming together, right? It's not like this time last year, 99% of this stuff wasn't around. And so people are coming out of the woodworks wanting to build on us. There are people who are asking outside of our community who are recognizing IOTA again. Sometimes it's not always the way we would like it yet, but we always talk about breaking our bubble. And I think we are starting to see the signs of that and to have other people from other communities come over. I mean, like Rob, he's a big on Phantom. And like I said before, other teams in Avalanche or Polygon. So that's been ultra exciting for me.
Definitely. So I let myself go in the sense of that I'm not now undressing myself or anything else, but I'm telling to every one of our audience, thank you very much for joining and being with us until now. Thank you, Adam, for telling us and showing us what Touchpoint is all about and supporting also the Touchpoint projects in the second half of the event.
Yeah, absolutely.
And let's join hopefully also next year with even more projects, or maybe there will be a fully dedicated project event by the community. Who knows? Again, thank you, everyone. Have a great time and see you around in the space. Bye-bye.
Yeah. Bye, everybody.